Chapter 701. Hearing Monica's mechanical tone, Brando was almost stunned. He could not help but blurt out, "Valhalla is a replica of Babel." "Monica, do you know the legend of the era of the gods?" Monica came back to her senses and quickly shook her head. Her tone returned to normal. "No, my lord, I don't know." "Wait, then how do you know this?" "No, I don't know either, but ever since the World Tree Fortress was upgraded, as one of the people in charge of it, this knowledge seems to have automatically appeared in my mind." The light spirit girl hurriedly replied, "But I can't say anything more." Brando was slightly startled and calmed down. "In other words, Valhalla is very likely a creation from the era of the gods?" "I'm not sure about that, my lord." "Forget it, at least we know that it's ours, that's enough." Brando waved his hand and decided not to dwell on these messy questions. "Let's go back to the original topic. Since that's the case, I only plan to build elven arrow towers on the ring road. That's why I only need to build 20 arrow towers, Monica." "I understand, my lord. However, the territory now needs more magic power and resources. I'm afraid that what you gave us earlier is not enough." Monica replied respectfully, "Thanks to Sir Overlord, Valhalla grew very quickly." Brando clenched his teeth. It would have been better if Monica did not mention this, but once she did, he remembered the mountains of colorless and transparent crystals he saw under the World Tree. These things were an example of the wealth this World Tree Fortress had consumed in the past half a year. But this was only the beginning. On the list, each arrow tower required nearly 200,000 magic power, as well as a huge amount of resources. Magic power could be converted into crystals, but resources had to be transported from the territory one by one. He could not help but groan in his heart. From now on, the magic crystals produced by the Black Forest will double from 20%. In terms of resources, I will let Yuta and Amandina satisfy you first." "Thank you so much, my lord." Light spirit Monica flew around excitedly in the sky. It was obvious that she had said so much just for this sentence. However, Brando knew better than her how expensive it was to build a high-grade magic territory. The Elven Arrow Tower was just the beginning. With the Elven Arrow Towers, they would first need archers and ballistas, followed by wizards and magic apprentices. All of these required money. Brando rubbed his forehead and asked, "How's the wind archer training going, Monica?" "I was just about to stop here, Sir Lord." Monica immediately replied, "The construction of the Wind Archers Hall has already been completed. The first batch of soldiers to be trained are mainly tree elves from the Loop of Trade Winds. After that, we took in some elves from other places, such as Wind Elf mercenaries and Wild Elf refugees from the north. However, from the third batch onwards, humans became the main source of soldiers. However, from the completion of the training, the elves are still the best potential wind archers." This wasn't out of Brando's expectations. There weren't many elves in the human world, let alone in a place like Tonajal. As for the fact that the elves were much more talented than humans, this was also reasonable. However, when he heard Monica say that there were 465 tree elf wind archers, 187 elven wind archers, and 160 human wind archers, he couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. He turned around and asked, "Why are there so few humans? Is it because the elimination rate is too high?" "This is also one of the reasons, my lord." At this moment, a voice interrupted. Brando heard this familiar voice and turned around. As expected, he saw Falerne walking over with a straight face. The wild elf girl came to his side with a few scrolls of parchment and replied, "However, the main reason is because of the strange rule that my lord set. Only girls can become wind archers. Most of the humans in Tonajal are refugees, and there are already very few females. Those who meet the requirements in terms of physique and age are even fewer. Coupled with the elimination rate, those who are left are naturally very rare." The wild elf sister glanced at her lord. Her current attire was very different from before. Ever since she became the White City Vanguard, her attire had changed from the original mercenary uniform to the more formal elementalist robes. However, the robes were still monochromatic due to the large drop in level. She then said, "Now, everyone in the territory already knows about my lord's special hobby. Although it is normal for a normal man to have such fantasies, Falern also hopes that my lord can pay attention to your own reputation." What? Brando was stunned. When did I set such a rule? He suddenly thought of something and couldn't help but run to the tree wall to take a look. As expected, he saw a large group of elven and human archers training in the direction of the Wind Archers' Hall. They were all women. Furthermore, all of them were women with high aptitude. He was almost dazzled by the sight. Brando hurriedly took a deep breath and turned around to ask, "What's going on?" He never dreamed that after not asking about the development of Valhalla for a few months, this damned World Tree Fortress had built a real army of women for him. Of course, it wasn't that this was bad. Brando certainly hoped that his subordinates could be more pleasing to the eye. However, as an army, men were indeed more convenient than women in many aspects. Monica hesitated for a moment before answering. The Wind Archers of Valhalla were originally inherited from the Silver Elf Princess Guards, so, Brando immediately shut up. He of course knew what the Silver Elf Princess Guards were. The name of the Princess Guards actually didn't mean that this army was the Silver Fairy Princess Guards. The name was actually a metaphor, because every warrior in this army of archers was the most outstanding female Silver Elf. According to the setting of the Amber Sword, it could even be said that this army was the female Amazons in Wone's history. After hearing Monica's words, he couldn't help but be slightly stunned. He probably never dreamed that he would inherit such an army. The Princess Guards, he subconsciously asked, does Valhalla's Wind Archers have the same combat power as the Princess Guards in history? That was an army of the same level as the Dragon King's cavalry. Of course not. Monica immediately dispelled his expectations. The Wind Archers are after all only the first level of Valhalla's troop class. In terms of form, it can only be said to be a simplified version of the Princess Guards. Then what ability does it have? Brando asked. My lord, you will know when you see it for yourself. In fact, Brando didn't need Monica's reminder. He was already looking in that direction. On the lower ring, behind the Wind Archers' Hall was a huge training ground. The first batch of Tree Elf Wind Archers were divided into several groups and fighting against each other. Brando immediately saw the figures of the female elves faintly discernible. In his knowledge, there was only one type of spell effect that had such characteristics. Invisibility? Yes, the Wind Archers are a typical field unit. Their greatest ability is that they can continuously go invisible for a short period of time during battle, or go invisible for a long period of time before battle. But now, the Wind Archers of Valhalla are equipped with the Wind Archer armor that my lord personally designed. In fact, they also have the ability to fly and glide for a short period of time. Almighty Martha. Brando could not help but feel a burst of joy when he heard this. It was easy to imagine how useful the Wind Archers who were proficient in invisibility were on the battlefield. One of the biggest weaknesses of the Wind Archers on the battlefield was their lack of close combat ability, and they were easily discovered. Generally speaking, once the Wind Archers' formation was approached by the cavalry, it would immediately collapse. But the Wind Archers were completely different. They did not even need protection. Once they were approached, they would immediately use the flying ability provided by the Wind Archer's cloak to open up a distance, and then use invisibility to hide themselves and wait for the next shot. Heavens! Brando could imagine how terrifying that would be. The only problem now was that there were too few of them, or else they would be of great use in this war. He suddenly thought of something and turned around to ask, Falern, is there any news from Count Randner? Not this time, my lord. Falern maintained the same expression as she replied, this time, it's about a certain lord of Madara. Someone from Silverman's side who was indebted to my lord sent a messenger back with news. Just as my lord predicted, the undead army has begun to gather in Yusong. Blood staff. Brando closed the Lord interface and stood up. The undead army has begun to move, which means that Count Randner should be leaving soon. It's a little earlier than I expected. It seems that Duke Arek must have made some new progress that made him feel pressured. Her Highness asked when you are leaving, my lord. Falern replied. Yes, my lord. Her Highness? Brando paused for a moment. There was a sudden commotion at the side of the square. He looked up and saw the princess leading a group of people over from the Tower of the Moon. They must have entered the hall at the center of the World Tree and came to the square. The princess walked past the center of the square with a few maids. She glanced at her younger brother who was tightly bound by the roots of the ancient tree. It was only then that Brendel noticed that the little prince seemed to have completely succumbed to the tyrannical power of the tentacles. His little face was red from being strangled, his sword was bounced away, and he was panting there. Princess Griffin could not help but frown when she saw this scene and shook her head. She walked up to Brando, took a deep breath, and greeted him softly. It's been a few days since we last met. Mr. Brando is still as energetic as ever. Your Highness. Brando was a little embarrassed. After all, he had tortured someone else's younger brother, the future king of the kingdom, into such a state. It would be fine if the princess did not see it, but he did not expect her to see it. I'm not here to talk about this, Count. The princess shook her head. I'm here to say goodbye. By the way, I want to ask, when do you plan to leave for Viro? Goodbye? Brando was startled. I plan to go back to Frata first. Oberway and Anthony's envoys are still waiting for me there. In addition, Mr. Eek and his fiancée have sent news. They left for Fort Valendon yesterday. Duke Anthony has given him full authority to act on behalf of Anthony. She paused for a moment, so I don't have much time left. Brando finally understood. He was silent. In fact, when he received news about the undead's movements from Falerne, he knew that the time was ripe. But he did not expect the princess to come so soon. Mr. Brando, are you going to leave for Frata with me? The half-fairy princess paused and asked again. To be able to travel with the eldest princess, Brendel naturally couldn't wait. But he hesitated for a moment and finally shook his head. No, there's no need. Your Highness, I have other things to do. You can go ahead and wait for me to meet you at Fort Valendon. Princess Griffin looked at him, and there was no surprise in her silver eyes. In fact, she already knew where Brando was going. She pondered for a moment. Are you going to take those cruise people? Yes. Brando nodded. In a sense, going to the Stained Frost Forest was to help the cruise people, so of course he had to take these guys with him. But most of those cruise night were burdens. He thought for a moment and replied, I just need to take Lorena and her fiancé. Veronica should be there to meet me. Can you make it? The princess asked. I should be able to. Brando nodded. Although the Stained Frost Forest Labyrinth was a legendary dungeon, it wasn't actually that big. Besides, he didn't have to fight the monsters inside. The best scenario was that a wreck had already gotten the heart of the dragon, and then he just had to snatch it from the hands of the cultists. There was no psychological burden. Then I'll leave it to you. Princess Griffin looked at him. The meaning of trust in her eyes was very obvious. She whispered, I'll leave Magadal to you. Don't worry, Your Highness. Princess Magadal is also my friend. I understand, Mr. Brando. Then I'm relieved. But I have a presumptuous request, Your Highness. Brando suddenly said. He looked at the future Princess Regent of Erewhon and hesitated. To be honest, he wasn't sure if she would agree to his request. Actually, there are two requests. First, I hope this time Freya will be the commander of Frata's army. Second, I hope this time Prince Haruz can go with me to the Stained Frost Forest. Once Brando said this, the surroundings immediately quieted down. The princess was silent for a moment. I've already said the first request, Mr. Brando. The military command of both territories will be handed over to you. As for who will be their commander, it's also up to you to decide. As for the second request. The half-elf princess was silent for a moment. After all, that was her only brother. She gave all her hope that he could support the kingdom. Of course, she hoped that Haruz could be stronger, but this didn't mean that she could easily let her brother take risks. Although Brando didn't say it, she also knew the danger of the Stained Frost Forest. After all, it was still within the Erewhon kingdom. Most of the disasters in the Viro province came from the direction of the falling Needle Hills. As the princess of a kingdom, it was impossible for her not to have heard of these rumors. "Can I know the reason?" Finally, she asked softly. Brando hesitated for a moment. Of course, he couldn't say that he wanted to bring the little prince to clear dungeons and get some equipment to accumulate some experience. At the same time, it would be best if he could become more independent. He thought for a moment, and finally replied, "I think Haruz. His Royal Highness, he needs a little training. Can't he do it somewhere else?" Griffin frowned. "Of course, but there's not much time left for us. Since there's this opportunity now, I think maybe we should let go and let him go on his own path." Brando replied seriously. He looked back at the little prince who was tied up tightly and asked, "His Royal Highness Prince Haruz, are you afraid?" "I." The little prince was about to cry from being strangled, but he looked at his sister and then looked at this terrible teacher. In the end, he could only say pitifully, I'm not afraid." Griffin looked at her brother and couldn't help but sigh. Of course, she understood that her brother was not willing. But because of this, she hardened her heart and nodded seriously. "I understand, Mr. Brando. I'll leave Haruz to you." Haruz looked at his sister with tears in his eyes. At that moment, the pitiful look made Brando wonder if he didn't take him from his sister, but was abandoned by the princess. But the princess was obviously more cold-hearted than Brando thought. She didn't even look at her brother and said to Brando, "Then I'll take my leave, Brando." Brando nodded, slightly moved. There was no doubt that for the current princess, Haruz was undoubtedly one of the most important people to her. She put the little prince in his hands, even more important than giving him the keystone. It could be said that if something happened to Haruz, her persistence and hope would be worthless. Brando turned around. "Pharaoh, go tell Miss Freya to get ready, we're ready to go," he ordered succinctly. P.S. At the last moment of the update, the back end of Chidian actually lagged. "I really want to die at the starting point. Your strong baboons should go to hell. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation." Chapter 702. Northward of Castle Kirkle, the capital of the province of Grenoires, and into its confluence with Lanton Island and Viro, the town of Shallow Water had sat quietly on the western shore of Lake Valendon for centuries, ever since it was founded by Count Haidinger in the year of Revelation. The coniferous forests of Grenoires that stretched to the north presented a completely different scene here. Large patches of cedar trees were scattered in the woodlands, and even though it was near summer, frost still fell from the treetops as the group passed through the forest road. The closer they got to Shallow Water Town, the more obvious the signs of the so-called late spring in the northern part of Viro became. The blazing hot summer was nowhere to be found here, and instead, the signs of the recovery of all things were slow to arrive in this area. The air in the forest was still wrapped in the chill of the end of winter, and the sky was so gray that it made one's chest feel stuffy, as if the mountain god of the sky, Gyst, was stirring a layer of lime above the clouds. Brando sat on horseback and looked up. The forest was bare, and the thin branches between the tree trunks were like dense spiderwebs that stretched to the sky. The buds that sprouted in the new year were still covered with a thin layer of fluff, and a few withered leaves from the end of the previous year hung quietly under these buds. From afar, they looked like dry pupae that swayed slightly in the cold wind. But this was not the month of recovery, but the scene of the hot August in late summer. Such a spectacle made everyone in the group click their tongues in amazement. It was clearly the month of flowing fire, but this place looked like the transition between winter and spring. Philas rode at the front of the group and sighed, "Is this scenery caused by the so-called stained frost forest?" His loud voice echoed in the forest, startling a gray deer in the woods, which greatly displeased the guides in front of him. It was said that it was bad luck to annoy the holy spirits in the forest, and these nobles were all so ignorant and reckless. However, the local hunters wouldn't go as far as to argue with the nobles over such a trivial matter. Hence, they managed to live in peace along the way. To Philas, the lucky knight from the Kurlutz Empire had finally gotten rid of his status as a prisoner, and the 10 days of prison life had bored him to death. However, he did not care about his previous experience and only treated it as a misunderstanding. This kind of open-minded personality won him the favor of everyone, because after he was released from the prison, he was treated as a guest of honor. On the other hand, Miss Delphian was much more stubborn. Even though she was not imprisoned in the water dungeon, Freya persuaded her, and perhaps because she did not want to make enemies everywhere, Amandina secretly locked the Prime Minister's daughter in the upper levels of the dungeon and separated her from the other prisoners. A week later, she was taken away by Veronica's men. However, before she left, the lady did not feel the slightest bit of regret. Instead, she scolded Brando. Brando really had nothing to say to such a stubborn lunatic. He could only leave it to Veronica to deal with it herself. If the Legion lady was smart enough, he felt that she should be sent back to her country as soon as possible. Philas looked around and suddenly pulled the reins to a stop. He turned back and asked, "Count, how far is it from here to the stained frost forest?" Lorena frowned and answered before Brando could, "It's still very far." I checked the map. It's at least a week's journey. So far. Philas exclaimed, "According to our itinerary, this is about the distance between the Flower Leaf Ridge and the Alfalfa Wilderness. Is it equivalent to saying that the changes in the four-leaf clover forest can affect Vahina?" He first made a stifled analogy, then sighed. If the climate can be changed at this distance, wouldn't the trees in the center of the stained frost forest be frozen into ice crystals? Pretty much. Brando replied. Although he had only been to the stained frost forest once, he was still very impressed with it. In addition, he had read a lot of relevant guides later, so he could be said to know it like the back of his hand. Although the stained frost forest labyrinth had a forest in its name, it was actually a glacier, or an ice cave, inside. There were more frost monsters than he had seen later in Saint Tossol and Fanzan. "It's really scary," Philas couldn't help but shiver. "Are we going to just plunge into the ice and snow forest over there? Aren't we going to buy some warm clothes or something along the way?" "We already have, Mr. Philas," Medisha replied with a smile as she followed behind Brando on her unicorn. She also used her eyes to signal the only carriage in the middle of the group, which was piled full of supplies. The little prince, who had been sent to run back and forth beside the wagon, and with the hired local coachman, endeavored to keep it steady over the rutted road, and was heard to bray in a clear voice to the 4 thick-haired ponies, who paid no heed to him, but looked at him with a kind of contempt with their 8 eyes. Everyone couldn't help but feel a little amused and sympathetic at the same time. But fortunately, Haruz was starting to get used to it. He raised his head and wiped his sweat, his face flushed. He was wearing a brand new leather armor with a long sword strapped to his back. He looked like a young knight who had gone to a great noble house as an attendant, where was the image of the little prince in his brocade robe from before. "Oh, I remember now," Philas suddenly realized and nodded to himself. "Philas," Brando turned around at this time and asked, "Have you ever gone on a winter hunt in your hometown? I heard that the Barano area is one of the most well-developed areas in the Empire, and Pessa and Friar are both important commercial towns. There are very few such forests in the area your father rules, right?" The Count is so knowledgeable. Hearing someone mention his hometown to him, Philas suddenly had a better impression of the Count of Tonagel. Besides, Brando was right, he obviously knew a lot about geography and culture. He immediately opened his mouth. "Exactly, but it's not like I haven't participated in a winter hunt. There were a few times when my father and I were invited to Floral Leaf territory to participate in the winter hunt held by the Archduke of Floral Leaf. After all, the winter hunt is a very important event for nobles, both a tradition and an important social event. That's where I met Lorena." "I see." Brando saw the female knight blushing and knew that Philas was telling the truth. He also sighed inwardly. So they were childhood sweethearts. No wonder Philas could defeat so many challengers and win the beauty's heart. Plus, this guy's character was really not bad, and he could be considered to have some personal charm, at least compared to the children of the nobles, so it was no wonder Lorena chose him. He nodded on horseback and pretended to say inadvertently, "Actually, Mr. Philas can see our operation as a hunt, except that our opponents are more dangerous." "Really?" Philas seemed to be energized. "Now that the Count says so, I seem to be a little eager to try. That's good, Brando smiled slightly. The Shire saw his lord's smile and understood that someone was about to fall into a trap. He couldn't help but look at the young man with some sympathy. I have a presumptuous request. If Mr. Philas doesn't mind, I'll leave the task of cleaning up the battlefield and organizing the spoils to you. Huh? Philas looked overjoyed. In the etiquette of the nobles, only the most distinguished guests had the right to be the first to touch and distribute the prey. He never dreamed that the legendary lord would think so highly of him. After all, it was unlikely that the other party was concerned about his identity, because just half a month ago, Brando had mercilessly imprisoned him and the daughter of the Prime Minister of the Empire. It was obvious that the name of the Cruz Empire was worthless in the eyes of the Count. However, it was precisely because of this contrast that he felt a little flattered and replied, "Since my lord is so fond of me, then I shall respectfully accept." For a moment, the young man was obviously a little confused by Brando's flattery, and even the way he addressed him had unknowingly changed. Lorena looked at her fiancé and couldn't help but shake her head, then looked up at Brando and said, "Thank you very much for thinking so highly of me, Count." "It's okay." Brando returned the gesture courteously on the surface, his expression calm and collected. In fact, he was laughing in his heart. He didn't bring the couple with him to meet up with Veronica or anything. In the final analysis, he took a fancy to the other's luck, which was as good as Martha's own son. Compared to the luckiest night in Cruz's history, Pharaoh's lucky hand was probably nothing, not to mention that the wild elf sister didn't seem to be very willing to help him with this matter now. He could almost imagine the days of wealth in the future. If Philas wasn't the eldest son of the Prince of the Cruz Empire, he would probably have thought of detaining the other party permanently. Of course, it wasn't as if he didn't have such thoughts now. And with the previous conversation between Brando and Philas, the atmosphere in the convoy suddenly became harmonious, and the conversation gradually became much more casual. But Brando still noticed an exception. He turned his head, the convoy moved along the main road with a clanking sound, and the shadows of people moving about. The afternoon sun dyed the whole forest a dreamy color as it passed through the branches. But among the crowd, Freya rode alone at the very edge of the convoy, as if in an independent world. She lowered her head, holding the slate in her hand and looking at it over and over. It was a weather-stained slate, its brownish-yellow surface covered with coarse grains, somewhat similar to the weathered granite on the Great Plains of Kramasu. A mysterious symbol was painted on the front and back of the slate with white paint. The paint itself looked like lime that faded easily, but wiping it by hand proved the opposite. Apart from this, Freya hadn't seen anything unusual on it in the past few days. She didn't know why Brando gave this slate to her, saying that it was something that belonged to her, and that one day she would discover the secrets on it and other inexplicable things like that. But all these days, the slate was still a slate, and hadn't changed at all. The girl couldn't help but frown slightly, but in her heart, she wondered if this was another prank by Brando. He always seemed to like to make fun of her. But the girl from the countryside of Butchie hesitated again and again, and in the end, she couldn't bear to throw away the slate. What if it was true? This was something that Brando had personally given to her, and for it, he had traveled so far, the two of them. Because of this, she held the stone a little awkwardly, and couldn't help but be lost in thought for a moment. She didn't even notice that someone had approached her. Brando gently touched the future Valkyrie's elbow from the side. "Freya?" The familiar voice made the girl turn around with a start, and she asked in shock, "Boo, Brando, what's wrong?" Brando frowned at the future Valkyrie, and of course, her flustered attitude couldn't be hidden from anyone. "What are you thinking?" I'm just trying to find out the secret of this stone, Brando. What exactly is this?" Freya's face was slightly red, and of course she was embarrassed to say that she had been thinking the wrong way before. But fortunately, the country girl still had some quick wit, and hurriedly held up the slate in her hand and asked doubtfully. Brando glanced at the slate in her hand. This slate was called a key in some occasions in the Amber Sword, but it was actually just a replica of the war slate. Most of these slates were passed down between the Myrnas or even older prehistoric civilizations, and were used to record the information of the real war slate. But there were also some records of ancient secrets, and some records of the history, culture, and war before the War of the Holy Saints. Players had unearthed many such slate fragments in the past, and most of the background records about Tumen, the Dark Dragon, and the War of the Holy Saints were deciphered by players through such text. But the one he gave to Freya was particularly different. In the game, this slate had a deep relationship with Freya. In that turbulent history, the title of Valkyrie, which represented recognition and praise of Freya's strength, was not an honorific title given to the Valkyrie by the players of Erewhon, nor was it even a title given by the kingdom itself. But from Cruz to Saint Tassol, and even in Madara, even her enemies gave her this title. Of course, this was not just because of her personal charm. And most of the reason was because of Freya's Valkyrie mark. The mark on her forehead, which looked like a holy flame, would appear whenever the Valkyrie was in danger or when she tried her best, and it would be accompanied by a pair of huge light wings. In such a state, the power of the Valkyrie would often show a geometric increase. It was said that this sign first appeared during a competition in the Royal Knight Academy. This was also one of the main reasons why he insisted that Freya go to the Royal Knight Academy. And after that, the frequency of the Valkyrie mark appearing became higher and higher, and in those battles where thousands or even tens of thousands of people fought, it was obviously impossible to hide this secret. In the original history, Freya's power was first announced by players in the first battle against the North. After that, the title of Valkyrie followed her like a shadow. But other than that, more players began to search for the hidden secret. And the one who finally deciphered this secret was the player who discovered this slate. Brando could not even remember the player's ID, but he clearly remembered the whole incident from beginning to end. It should be not long after the Second War of the Black Roses. More and more copies of the war slate were widely discovered from all over the world, and players began to spontaneously decipher the content on the slate. At the same time, the history of the War of the Holy Saints became clearer and clearer in front of everyone. But from this slate that was discovered in Tanajul, the player who discovered it interpreted a completely different record. It was neither about the history of the War of the Holy Saints, nor was it a description of a certain war or a certain myth. Instead, it repeatedly mentioned the existence of the Valkyrie mark. And at the end of the slate, there was a vague mention about the way to activate the bloodline of the Valkyrie. The player who discovered this slate at first thought that it was a quest item to obtain a high-level bloodline, but after he tried all kinds of methods and still failed to obtain the next step of the quest, he finally thought of the Valkyrie of Erewhon. So he posted his experience and the contents of this slate on the forum. Not long after that, the slate was bought by others at a high price, and then it came to Freya. Brando remembered that it should be the silver year of the First Era. Not long after that, the Valkyrie of Erewhon mastered the ability to freely enter the state of the Valkyrie. Until just before she died in battle. But seriously speaking, Brando himself did not know how to use this slate. He only knew the original location of this slate and some of its subsequent experiences from the news circulating on the internet. But at least he was sure that this was what it was, and it would definitely have an effect on Freya. He thought for a moment and asked, "Do you trust me, Freya?" Of course I trust you, Brando." Freya was slightly stunned, and then she seemed to understand what Brando meant. She looked at the slate in her hand and nodded helplessly. "I understand. I will keep it well. You don't have to think too much about it. Maybe at some point, you will naturally discover its secret." Brando grabbed the reins and rode side by side with the Valkyrie. But since Freya was troubled, he could only comfort her. "Brando, you are becoming more and more like a Roman ant. You can just say that I am becoming more and more like a fraud. I can accept that." Brando replied helplessly. Freya glanced at him and smiled at him. "But it's good that you haven't changed at all since then. Sometimes I am afraid that you will no longer be Brando after you become a noble." The girl from Butchie turned her head and said quietly, "I haven't changed, but you have." Brando nodded. "You have become more mature." What? The Valkyrie blushed a little. "You wouldn't say such things in the past. You would most likely say, 'Brando, why have you become so strange?'" "Brando, You are too much. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidyan.com to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 703. In fact, the convoy had spent the whole morning fighting the lakeside avenue on the west bank of Lake Valendon, which had been in disrepair for many years. This prosperous trade route about 30 years ago had become a mess after Oberg VII ascended to the throne. But it had been fine recently because they had lost track of the caravans. At least there were no bandits around. All in all, the convoy had been busy the whole morning. Everyone did not even have time to eat lunch. They only arrived at Shallow Water Town in the afternoon. At around 3:00, Brando could see the outline of a town sitting by the lake through the reflection of the lake. It shone under the sun. That was Shallow Water Town. Shallow Water Town had a long history in Awen. Ever since Count Haidinger bought this land from the mountain people in the last century, the immigrants had started to settle down here permanently. At first, it was mainly provided as a place for adventurers to settle down in the Falling Needle Hills. Later, it gradually became a transportation route connecting Viro, Grenoires, and Lanteneilen. Therefore, the town had maintained many historic inns for thousands of years. For example, Brando was familiar with Nissa's Butterfly Flower and Trout Pond. But in the game, Shallow Water Town's position was not important. One important reason was that it was the gateway to Lanteneilen, and Lanteneilen was rarely open to ordinary players. Secondly, the only high-level area nearby was the Falling Needle Hills. From this direction, one had to pass through the northern section of the Ansara forest. The mountain path was very difficult, so players would rather go through Valendon than this direction. After all, players could still use the teleportation circle, so the distance was not too big of a problem. This situation continued until Vestin's castle dungeon was opened. The 9 Phoenix Swords' golden ice flame appeared, and a large number of players flocked to this place. But the good times did not last long. Not long after that was the Third War of the Black Roses, and what happened after that was known to everyone. Thinking of this, Brando could not help but look up at the mountains. The Golden Sparrow Mountains and Ansara's Sapphire Mountains intersected here. The 2 largest mountains in the east were their respective main peaks. Below the mountains was the Bachanier Pass, and north from there, Vestin's castle was hidden in the forest. The legendary golden ice flame holy sword was hidden under the castle. That was one of Brando's targets, but he didn't plan to touch it for the time being. Speaking of which, there were so many advanced areas near the Falling Needle Hills. Who knew what the designer was thinking? He knew that a real adult dragon was guarding the golden ice flame in Vestin's castle. He didn't know what the relationship between the winter dragon named Katina and the one in the Falling Needle Hills was, but her strength was several orders of magnitude stronger than that of the young dragon. If Brando went to find trouble with her now, it was basically the same concept as courting death. Fortunately, Weiss Castle had been sealed for a long time, so no one would touch it for the time being. Brando looked in the direction of Shallow Water Town. This place was the front line of the resistance against Madara for a long time, and it left a deep impression on him. He and his senior sister's exploration team had once fought and bled here. Many places still retained fragments of memories of him fighting side by side with those familiar companions. They could see familiar scenes and locations in every street and alley they passed through, and they couldn't help but sigh with emotion. The carriage passed through the nearest road to Shallow Water Town and entered the town. As the nearby area was relatively peaceful, they were not interrogated. Shallow Water Town was under the jurisdiction of Duke Anthony. The Duke's rule was very strict. Even in such a remote place, it was rare to see a scene similar to Grenoires where the private army of the nobles was as fierce as bandits. Finally, the carriage stopped in the middle of the commercial area in the north of the town. Brando specifically chose an inn far away from the docks. The name of the inn was not outstanding. It was called the House of Carriages. In Erewhon and Wonde, you could find similar inns with the same name. There was no connection between them. The only connection was probably that the owners were equally lazy when it came to naming things. This inn was also unknown in the game. Even Brando had never heard of it. But he chose this place for two reasons. First, to avoid the noise of the docks. Second, to avoid the familiar residents that reminded him of the past. Those fragmented memories that were like broken mirrors were like scars to him. Every time they were uncovered, it was like opening a scar. After arranging the carriage, they walked into the inn. The business of this inn, called the House of Carriages, was as quiet as Brando imagined. Even the owner of the inn probably did not expect to have a big customer. The bald, middle-aged man, who was immersed in wiping a plate with a dirty rag on the bar, was stunned for a moment when the light at the door dimmed slightly. He looked up and narrowed his eyes to see Brando walking into the inn first, followed by Faraz and the female knight, Lorena. Then Medisha and the Shire followed behind. Freya followed with a slate in her hand. Next to her was Hippamra in a linen robe. The priestess was bare-armed, but she did not seem to have any problem in such cold weather. He did not know if it was the blessing of the mountain spirit from Himalud that had taken effect, or if the life of an ascetic had made her accustomed to such harsh conditions. Last was Scarlet and the little prince, who had just come out of the stable. Haruz, after a tiring morning, followed behind the mercenary girl dejectedly, like an abused child laborer. Brando did not bring too many people with him on this trip, because the place he was going to was too dangerous, and those who lacked strength would go in vain. So in addition to the necessary entourage, Brando only brought his own cards. In addition to these people, Greysword Saint Mephistopheles, Babasha, her witches, and Alaz, who were ready to meet them at the Falling Needle Hills, there were only a little more than 10 people in total. But there was an uninvited presence in this group. While the owner was still squinting at his group, Brando could not help but look back at the person who had been silently following behind the group. Until now, she had not said a single word to him. She just followed him silently. But for the sake of the princess, he really could not take the initiative to ask her anything. After everyone had walked into the inn, the bald innkeeper seemed to finally react and confirmed that such a large group of people did not seem to be here to collect debts from him. He was stunned for a moment before asking, "Are you here to stay? Do you have any other services besides accommodation? Isn't this an inn?" Before Brando could speak, Philas asked somewhat incomprehensibly. "Ah no, of course it is. No, welcome." The bald innkeeper jumped up as if the soles of his feet were on fire. "Do you need a room? There are still many empty rooms in my inn, I guarantee you will be satisfied." "It's not just rooms." Brando finally spoke, "There's also food, we just came from Kirkle, cold and hungry, do you understand? Yeah, the ground is cold and hard at night in this damned place, tents and sleeping bags won't do. I can finally get a good night's sleep today, and there's food." Philas could not help but interject excitedly, "I want roasted venison, preferably roasted with charcoal from the alfalfa fields, roasted until it's oily, and paired with spices, preferably spices from Luke, if not, I can accept St. Tossel's herbs and salt. Then give me a jar of honey, butter cake, baked herring, a cup of pure black tea from Rushta's House of Gold after dinner, and," the knight from Cruz was talking excitedly, as if he had already drawn up a pie to appease his hunger. But Brando quickly interrupted him before he could say anything more outrageous, and said to the stunned bald innkeeper, "Listen to him, roasted venison. If you don't have it, the trout pond and should have it for sale at this time of the year, you can buy it. Go out from here and turn left twice until you reach the end of the street, I'm sure you've heard of that place. As for the rest, just pretend you didn't hear it. But you can buy some seafood from Lake Valendon, for example, the mullet and salmon that are in season, and make us a few passable dishes. I can pay you double for those, and if you can get honey, I'll give you another reward. Also, the ladies will need some fruit wine to warm them up." Brando glanced at the young prince, "and a cup of goat's milk. I don't care what you do. Don't try anything funny with me, I know the rules here better than you do, got it?" The bald innkeeper shuddered slightly, and then realized that the man in front of him was an old hand, and seemed to know the town better than he did. He could not help but take another look at Brando. Brando's southern aristocratic attire was a little strange to him. Logically speaking, someone who could say something like that should not be a noble, but one of those mercenaries or adventurers who traveled all year round. But the bald innkeeper did not dare to be rash, and quickly excused himself, instructing the waiter to carry out Brando's request. Brando turned around, and everyone looked at him with a little surprise. Whether it was Medisha, the Shire, Freya, Scarlet, or even Pahimra, who had just joined the team, everyone more or less knew that this count was knowledgeable, and was a master swordsman. He had also dabbled in the secrets of wizards and elementalists, and even the secrets of witches. From astronomy and geography to the rumors of nobles, there seemed to be nothing he could not bring to the table. In private, Brando was even an alchemist, a blacksmith, and a scholar. But even so, they still did not imagine that this count had such a side to him. This was not something that could be explained by being knowledgeable, at least in the eyes of others. This count acted like a seasoned mercenary or adventurer. This was especially so in Scarlet's opinion. She had only seen this aura from mercenaries who had traveled all over Erewhon and even Cruz. She could not help but stop and stare at her count in a daze. But the consequence of this was that the dejected little prince bumped into the package of the azure lance on her back and could not help but groan. Haru's painful groan seemed to break the silence. Brando coughed, as if only now realizing that his performance was a little too much. He could not help but glare at Philas angrily. If it were not for this guy who spoke without thinking, he would not have subconsciously shown his previous side in the game. But he sighed slightly in his heart. In fact, he knew that it was not all the other party's fault. He could not help but glance at the scenery outside through the window of the inn. The scenery here was a little too familiar to him. As you know, I had an experience of studying abroad in my early years, he smiled awkwardly and replied. During that time, I had dealings with adventurers and mercenaries, and also went out to sea. I see. Philas suddenly realized, Count, you really had a bit of Lady Veronica's demeanor just now. As far as I know, the Legion commander's early experience was similar to yours. I heard that she had joined a mercenary group alone. The young knight from Cruz seemed to believe Brando's explanation without thinking at all, but that did not mean that everyone was as simple-minded as him. Brando more or less saw a trace of doubt in the other people's eyes. He knew in his heart that his explanation might not be able to convince everyone. The first obvious doubt was that he was too young. But now was obviously not the time to talk about this, and Brando could only brace himself and arrange for everyone to sit down. Fortunately, except for Lorena, Scarlet, Medisha, and Freya, all had a blind trust in him. Seeing that Brando did not say much, they did not want to ask more and took their seats in turn. But it was at this moment, when he thought he had successfully escaped the disaster, a cold voice interrupted. Brando, you said you went out to sea? Brando froze slightly. He looked up and saw the last female knight who sat down next to the little prince, Haruz. She seemed to be from the north, with a more common nose bridge, taller and straighter than a southerner with mountain ancestry. Her lips were a little thick, but it did not ruin the delicate beauty of her facial features. Instead, it showed a hint of sexiness. But this sexiness did not make Maynard appear charming. On the contrary, she looked at him calmly with her slightly purple eyes, like a she-wolf staring at her prey. She placed one hand on the sword and swept the black hair on her forehead behind her back. Brando also stared at her. This woman was the only uninvited guest in his team this time. At first, he thought that the princess was worried about the little prince and had ordered her to accompany and protect him. But he had tentatively asked Haruz to take on the more dangerous guard work in the convoy, and the other party did not seem to stop him. This made him very suspicious. Not to mention, with the princess's character, since she had expressed her complete trust in him, she would not be so indecisive. In fact, after a few days of probing, Brando was almost certain that the female knight seemed to be coming for him. But what exactly her goal was, he couldn't say for the time being. But just as Maynard opened her mouth, Brendel seemed to hear his heart skip a beat. Here it comes. He thought to himself, then hesitated for a moment before replying, What? I just want to ask where you came from. Maynard replied quietly, her tone seemed to have softened again. This made Brando slightly startled, because he did not hear the tit-for-tat in her tone. On the contrary, because of that familiar face, there was a touch of kindness. What's the point of asking this? No. The female knight shook her head. I'm just interested. Brando, can you answer me? Brando suddenly felt very awkward. He did not know why Maynard suddenly did not call him Mr. Brando like the princess did, but called him by his name. This seemed to have suddenly shortened the distance between them, made him feel as if he was being stared at. But he looked at the serious expression on her face, and he really did not know where to start. Could he say no to his senior sister? Brando first shook his head in his heart. Obviously, he could not. At this moment, he suddenly realized where his uneasiness came from. At this moment, Maynard was too similar to the impression he had in his heart. I used to study in the Karsuk Plateau under a Black Tower wizard, and I also had the identity of an apprentice. Later, I went out to sea with some people from today's Sebans to St. Ossol and some places further east. He hesitated for a moment and carefully made up a story. Fortunately, he had rich experience. Even if it was a lie, he felt that there would be no problem. And in the other side of history, he had indeed been to these places. Even if she asked, he was confident that he could handle it. But he did not expect that the female knight just looked at him with a strange and regretful expression. She sighed and said, I see. I thought you had been to the Shining Sea. Set off from Port Gris by ship, and a few days later, you can see the Kalanga mountain range piercing through the clouds shining on the surface of the sea. That kind of scene must be very beautiful. Hearing this sentence, Brando's heart skipped a beat. For a moment, it was as if he was frozen in place. At that moment, it was as if he could no longer hear anything. There was only one sentence echoing in his head: set off from Port Gris by boat, and in a few days, you will be able to see the Kalanga mountains that pierced through the clouds and sparkled on the surface of the sea. That kind of scene must be very beautiful, right? Yes, beautiful, majestic, and breathtaking. P.S. I'm not stuck today. I can't afford to play. Qidian is inhumane. It forced me to become a baboon who writes 20,000 chapters a day. Baboon the baboon, begging for monthly votes, begging for cute service in the book review section. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 704. The others around them seemed to have noticed the abnormality between the two and stopped to look at them. Maynard felt Brando's gaze and replied quietly, I've heard people talk about the beauty of the Shining Sea. You've heard people talk about? Yeah. Maynard nodded. She seemed to have no intention of speaking again. She took off her cloak and hung it on the back of the chair, then turned around and sat upright in the manner of a knight. Brando looked at her and stopped asking, but he knew that it was impossible. He had seen such a scene before. The blue waves were vast, the sun shone on the surface of the sea, the white and brown peaks of the Kalanga mountains pierced the clouds where the sea and the sky intersected. But the memory at that time was like an old photo that had faded and turned yellow. He still vaguely remembered the faces in the photo, one of which was gradually coming to life, overlapping with the face of the female knight in front of him, as if it had been given color again. Brendel frowned slightly. His mind was in a mess. The trivial details from a few years ago, a few months ago, and even a few days ago were intertwined together to form some plausible but false thoughts. A thought that made him shudder slightly came to mind: Senior Allium Japonicum, could it really be her? Did she recognize him? Or did she just recognize the player's identity? This should be a test. Brando's fingers trembled a little nervously, his fingertips touching the smooth edge of the wooden plate. He felt his throat dry and his heart pounding. The round table also quieted down, leaving only the whispers of Lorena and Philas. Brando quietly looked in the direction of Maynard, feeling a sense of loss. This feeling was somewhat specious. It seemed like it, but it also didn't seem like it. Was this female knight really a senior? He hoped so, because there was a familiar feeling about her, but this feeling was also a little unfamiliar. Besides, Brando knew very well that if she was really a Senior Allium Japonicum, she would definitely be more powerful than she was now. In the game, his senior sister had played for a shorter time than him, but her achievements were far greater than his. Senpai's experience was rich. She definitely wouldn't become a silent bystander after transmigrating. If she was the one beside her Royal Highness, he wouldn't need to deal with a wreck and cipher. But what was going on right now? Brando was all too familiar with the glittering Kalanga Mountains. That was the first time they went out to sea, and everyone was shocked by the magnificent scenery of the sea of flickering light. It was so intimate, and it was deeply imprinted in the depths of their memories. It was impossible to forget. That was like the beginning of a story. Because of that day, there were the days of hot-bloodedness that followed. Everything was for the sake of Erwin, who had left them with memories. He looked at Maynard in a daze, but the female knight was calm. Jia. Brando opened his mouth and uttered a short syllable. The abrupt syllable was like a broken string in the quiet environment, piercing the short silence and making everyone stop to look at them. Lorena and Philas also stopped talking in a low voice and turned back subconsciously. But Brando didn't care about the gazes of others. He just needed an answer. He stared at the female knight with shoulder-length black hair and a calm expression. Maynard's slender fingers trembled slightly. Senpai? It was just a subtle movement. But Brando felt as if a dagger had been stabbed in his heart, causing all the blood vessels in his body to contract. At that moment, he felt a tingling sensation like he was suffocating, and then the blood flowed back, giving him a short period of tinnitus. 2 lifetimes had passed, and he never thought he would meet the person who changed him the most, who made him understand what companionship, passion, and love were from his indifferent, selfish personality. He stared into Maynard's purple eyes, waiting for an answer. But Maynard looked up and glanced at him calmly, with some doubt in her eyes. There was a deathly silence. It took at least 10 seconds for Philas to break the silence in confusion. He asked curiously, "Ga. Alfalfa Festival? What does that mean, Your Grace? Erewhon dialect?" The bright light burning in Brando's eyes faded in an instant. "No," he replied somewhat bitterly. He took a light breath, turned back, and managed to squeeze out a smile. "Kashuj, a city in the kingdom of Rubik. I mean, you can see the same beautiful scenery there after leaving the shining sea." "Really?" Philas looked interested. "The kingdom of Rubik, I've heard of that place. It's a silver desert, and you can see crescent-shaped sand dunes from the sea, one connected to another. There are also mountains there that go straight into the clouds. Where there's land, there are mountains. You can see them a little further south." Brando replied dryly. He suddenly felt something keenly and turned back. Maynard looked at him with some surprise. The two's eyes met for only a moment, but the female knight quickly turned back and no longer paid attention to this side. Brando was slightly taken aback and had some doubts in his heart. While dealing with Philas' exuberant curiosity, he watched Maynard suspiciously, but unfortunately, the latter did not turn back from beginning to end. It was as if everything before was just an illusion. Brando felt a little melancholy in his heart and could not help but feel depressed. The past was indeed the past, and the rest was just his wishful thinking. The clever Lorena and Medisha were keenly aware of the change, and the two immediately diverted the conversation at the table to other aspects. They each thought that Brando was so familiar with this place that perhaps he had such an unforgettable memory here. After all, everyone had their own secrets. The 2 wise ladies tacitly kept silent. During this time, only Freya saw that something was wrong with Brando and clumsily expressed concern, but the latter perfunctorily brushed it off. The mercenary girl leaning against the azure lance sat in a corner and saw this scene, but she just watched silently as usual. Only Philas was carefree and chatted with Brando here and there. The son of Prince Cruz seemed to regard Brando as his best friend after Brando gave him the right to be the first to come into contact with the prey. The Shire smiled and said nothing about this, only cleverly diverting the topic when Brando felt a little annoyed by this guy. Lorena looked at this scene with some hand on her forehead. Her fiancé was really stupid. The magic hourglass in the center of the inn's lobby had gone through about a third of the journey. After a dreary hour, when the sun was above the lake, and cast its shade through the window on the maple-nailed floor. Zhang Lixing said, "Oh, I see." Lunch, nearly 4 hours late, was finally served. Overcooked venison, crumpled bread, salted salmon that was as black as smoked meat, fish soup stirred with red beans, and the only thing that caught one's eye was potato soup. Although Brando knew that there couldn't be anything good in this little-known inn, he couldn't help but frown when he saw the food on the wooden plate that seemed to have long passed its sell-by date. How long had it been since he had last eaten food like this since he left his hunting career in the Amber Sword? He looked up at the sweaty bald boss. Fortunately, the other party wasn't completely useless. In addition to fruit wine and goat's milk, he actually got a jar of honey. Honey was not common in this era and was a luxury item on the dining table of nobles. In addition, Brando knew that there were no beekeepers in the area of Shallow Water Town, so Brando guessed that this jar of honey was probably wild honey from a hunter's home. The boss nodded and bowed as he looked at Brando. Such a respectful attitude was not only because of his identity. Brando knew very well what the other party was trying to do, and it was understandable. Of course, he was also a man of his word. He put away his messy thoughts and gestured to the silver fairy princess beside him. Medisha immediately took out her money pouch and let Brando grab a handful of gold coins from it. Brando looked up and stared at the bald boss. Then, he threw the gold coins in front of him. It wasn't that he wanted to show off, but Brando knew that the most effective way to intimidate these unscrupulous people was to act like a noble. The glistening gold coins shone brighter on the boss's forehead. He was indeed stunned by Brando's gesture. It wasn't that he had never seen so much money before, but he had never seen a customer as generous as Brando in his life. Thousands of tolls was almost half a month's worth of income. "I'm a man of my word. As long as you fulfill my orders, I won't be stingy," Brando replied calmly. "This time, we're here to hunt a special batch of prey. Do you have any news about the hunters in town?" Yes, the bald boss became even more respectful. In his eyes, Brando had already been promoted to a great noble from Ampere Seal and Kirkle. He was afraid that he would offend the big shot in front of him, so he quickly replied respectfully. "Of course, my lord. Shallow Water Town is only so big. There's no one in town that I don't know. Of course, outsiders are excluded." "Oh. You mean that you know there are outsiders in town?" The boss didn't dare to raise his head. "More or less, my lord. I dare not say all of them, but it's not a problem to say most of them. Caravans and adventurers will definitely look for a place to rest when they enter town. In a place like an inn, information flows quickly. It's hard to hide any secrets, my lord." He didn't need to say anything. In fact, Brando knew about it too. However, he was deliberately trying to get information out of the boss. Words spoken unconsciously were often the most trustworthy. "Since you know the situation around here so well, why don't you tell me about our hunt during this time of year?" "My lord, you've chosen the right time. After the middle of the month of flowing fire, the forest in the north will warm up a little. After that, it will quickly enter winter 2 months later. If you want to hunt, you only have this window of 2 months, my lord." The boss said with a look that said he didn't hide anything from Brendel. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 705. This was also what Brando knew. What about the others? Will they trouble us? I don't trust those mercenaries out there. My lord, you can rest assured that there are very few people heading north to the forest. Most of the mercenaries who pass by here are actually going to Lantern Island. Brando nodded. At least the fellow had not lied so far. He narrowed his eyes and asked again, what about the merchants? Shouldn't there be fur traders going into the forest to collect goods from the hunters at this time of the year? Won't they send mercenaries in? My lord knows so much. The innkeeper's bald head had a few fine beads of sweat, but there are still very few people at this time of the year, so it's nothing to worry about. Besides, most of them are dutiful merchants. Dutiful merchants. If there were any dutiful merchants left, Brando guessed that it was only the Roman lady beside him. Most of the people walking in Erewhon were armed merchants, and these merchants were more or less dirty. But he didn't mention it and just replied, "I know, but I don't want to listen to your estimates. Just tell me which caravans have entered the forest recently and how I can avoid them." He paused for a moment. "Also, get me a record of the merchant ships that have entered and left the port recently. I know that there will be records of this in your inn." "Understood." The innkeeper wiped the grease off his bald head and replied with a head full of sweat, "I understand, my lord. I'll get it for you right away." Brando had apparently succeeded in convincing the Vivaldi that they were a group of extravagant aristocrats who had come out to hunt rare prey, the white stag. With such an understanding, it was natural that everything went smoothly. In less than half an hour, he had asked about most of the things that had happened in Shallow Water Town and the surrounding areas in the recent period. These matters ranged from trivial matters such as neighborhood conflicts, to which ships had recently left the port. Everything, no matter how big or small, was made clear to him. It had to be said that the inn was indeed a crowded place for information gathering and dispersing. Firas and Lorena could not help but widen their eyes when they heard what the plain-looking Vivaldi knew. However, Brando was a little amused. In his opinion, some rumors could only fool rookies like him who were out for the first time. He flipped through the greasy book he took from the innkeeper and threw it aside. In this era, Erewhon's literacy rate was still not high. Most of the innkeepers had their own set of markings to record important matters. However, this was not a problem for Brando. Fanzon, Saint-Tassel, and Cruz may not be familiar with the shorthand of remote places, but when it came to Erewhon, he was all too familiar with it. Under the admiring gaze of the innkeeper, he easily finished reading the records in the book, then took the map out of his backpack and rolled it out on the table. He actually did not care about which ships were entering or leaving the port. Besides, even if a wreck was on one of them, he would not be able to tell. It was just a smokescreen. What he really cared about was the caravans leaving Shallow Water Town. And the news of the recent sightings of the beasts. Is what that guy said true? Firas seemed to have just recovered from the shock. He said someone saw a cat turn into a fish. Is that possible? Brando had to look away from the map. He used a quill pen to mark the area where the beasts had been sighting recently. Then he turned back and looked at the guy like he was an idiot. Of course not. There is a lot of news circulating in places like the inn, but most of it is rumors. If you want to find useful information from it, you have to use your brain. So that's how it is. I didn't expect there to be such knowledge. Firas showed a look of sudden realization. But his fiancée, Lorena, obviously understood more. She chewed on this sentence and looked up to ask, "So which piece of information do we need, Count?" Brando had to sigh inwardly when he heard this. It was like a flower stuck in cow dung. As expected of the genius girl of Cruz, her reaction was much faster than the average person's. He put the map aside and flipped the grilled fish on his plate with a wooden fork. It's unlikely that the prey we're after would leave his tracks openly, but he would still leave some clues behind. The innkeeper said that some hunters had entered the mountain ahead of time. My lord, do you suspect that they were hired by Erech as guides? The silver fairy princess put down her knife and fork when she heard this and looked up to ask softly. It's just a suspicion now, Brando replied. As for whether it's true or not, we'll have to wait and see. He tore off a piece of meat from the so-called salt-baked salmon with a fork. The tenacity of the meat made him feel like he was cutting a piece of dragon skin. When he put it in his mouth, the strong fishy taste made him frown and almost spit it out. After getting used to fine food in his territory, he couldn't stand the crude cooking methods of the outside world. However, he still chewed it like a piece of rock and swallowed it. Traveling outside meant having to adapt to harsh conditions. Without food, there would be no strength, and Brando understood that. But he still had to sigh. It was easy to go from frugal to extravagant, but difficult to go from extravagant to frugal. When he started in the game, he also ate these trash-like things. He swallowed them like healing potions and there was nothing wrong with it. But now he couldn't stand it. This was the so-called difference in mentality. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but look up at the others. Scarlet and Freya, who came from the countryside and lived a simple life, didn't seem to feel anything wrong with such food. The food they ate in the countryside of Chablis and Butchie might not be better than this. Especially for Scarlet, it was not easy to eat a hot meal in the wild, and usually only black bread that was as hard as a rock could fill her stomach. But Lorena and Philas couldn't. Although their table manners were impeccable, the couple only tried the roast venison and put down their knives and forks. Medisha, on the other hand, was more elegant. The silver fairy princess ate a little bit of each dish as a sign of respect for her master. But each time, she ate a little less than the previous time. Then she put down her knife and fork gracefully. Of course, as a heroic spirit, she didn't need to eat. The Shire sat in an inelegant posture, leaning on his staff. It was just an ordinary maple staff, and he wisely only drank a few mouthfuls of fruit wine. Beside him, Hipamra was still praying with her hands clasped together, and the little prince stared at the roast meat and goat's milk in front of him with a bitter face, looking like he was about to cry. Only Maynard's performance impressed Brando. The knight followed the usual dining tradition and used a knife to separate the red beans from the fish soup, and then put the hard-to-swallow food into her mouth one by one. She finished it all with a straight face and didn't waste a single bit. The whole process was so standard that it was like a precise machine, and Brando couldn't help but look at it a few more times. Finally, she wiped her mouth with a white handkerchief, put down her knife and fork, and nodded to the waiter on the side to express her gratitude. Brendel's tears almost fell from his eyes. While everyone was still struggling with this horrible lunch, a crisp voice interrupted them. "You're right. You're right. You're right. You're right." At that time, Brando was studying a map of the northern end of the Ansara forest published in 357 by the Royal Geographical Society of Erewhon. But when he heard the young voice, he couldn't help but look away from the map and look behind him. He saw a little girl. She had long purple hair, a slender face, and big amethyst-like eyes. She gave off the feeling of a doll. She was wearing a gorgeous dress, although it was a little old, but she didn't look like a commoner's child. Especially the jewels on the pair of round-toed leather shoes, Brando could tell at a glance that they were authentic. She stood there like a fairy in a fairy tale, and people couldn't take their eyes off her. The little girl wrung her hands and asked politely, "Can I sit here for a while?" She pointed to the empty seat next to Haruz. As soon as Lorena saw the little girl, she couldn't help but feel overflowing with love. But the master here was still Brando, so she could only worry there. Fortunately, Freya seemed to sense her thoughts, and she asked in a soft tone, "Are you lost, little girl? Would you like something to eat?" "No, thank you," the little girl replied generously. "I'm waiting for someone here, but I'm a little scared to be alone. Can I sit with you?" Freya turned her gaze to Brando. Brando looked at the little prince in front of him with some amusement. It turned out that he saw Haruz staring at the little girl from the moment she appeared, and his eyes almost popped out. "Haruz, this little lady wants to sit next to you, do you agree?" When Brando said this, he had already carefully examined the little girl and had already noticed that there was no aura of power on the other party, and that she was just an ordinary person. The little prince didn't seem to hear him, and it wasn't until Brando called him twice that he reacted. He let out an "ah," and his face turned red. Of course. Thank you." The little girl bowed to everyone immaturely, and Brando knew at once that she was a descendant of a noble, and not just any noble. He glanced at Maynard, and the female knight seemed to be sizing up the little girl as well, but like him, she didn't say anything. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidien. Come to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 706. Of course, Haruz stammered. "Thank you, little brother." The little girl thanked him again, then lifted her skirt and sat down next to the future king of Erewhon. However, Haruz obviously didn't have the self-awareness of being a crown prince. His face was as red as a ripe apple, and he looked helpless, as if he wanted to get closer to the little girl, but was afraid of touching her and causing her displeasure. Brando couldn't help but shake his head when he saw this scene. The little prince's behavior was not even comparable to that of an ordinary noble's, let alone a member of the royal family. He really didn't know how Oberway and his sister taught him. However, he thought of an interesting question. If Heruz really liked this little girl, then what would happen to Eek and Yura's daughter, Alara, in the future? Would this be a change in history? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but narrow his eyes and stare at the little girl. To be honest, he also admired this little girl. In Erwin's era, most of the daughters of the common people couldn't be as graceful as her, and most of the children of the noble families were domineering and had long forgotten the etiquette of the sages. In Brando's mind, Vahina was a typical example. But fortunately, the girl's nature wasn't bad, and she didn't give him too much trouble. But the other one, he couldn't help but have a headache when he thought of the Prime Minister's daughter. But just as he was thinking about it, he suddenly heard Lorena ask with some concern, "Little girl, what's your name?" The little girl looked up at the female knight and replied in a childish voice, "Originally, Mommy said that names shouldn't be told to strangers. But I know you're a good person, sister, so I can tell you in secret." Then she leaned over and whispered in Lorena's ear, "Big sister, my name is Micaiah." But although this sentence was whispered, at least half of the people present heard it clearly. Except for the little prince and the greatly weakened the Shire, Medisha, and Hippamra, Brando, Freya, Scarlet, Maynard, and Faraz all heard it clearly. After all, as beings with strength above silver, it was very easy for their senses to hear a little girl's unintentional whispers at such a close distance. But the mountain girl and Freya naturally wouldn't say it out loud, and Faraz's mind wasn't on it at all. In fact, he had been staring at the jar of honey next to Brando with drooling desire. Of the four, only Brando raised his eyebrows slightly. Micaiah, the name. It sounded familiar. He immediately became alert. Now, he was very sensitive to this kind of feeling. In the past, there were too many records of background, history, and information in the game. Not everyone could be omniscient, but most of the names and events that were well known would more or less leave a mark in the hearts of the players. The deeper such a mark was, the more important the event was. And the War of the Black Roses, an unforgettable event for Brando, would never be forgotten for the rest of his life. A name that he was familiar with but couldn't remember meant that there were two possibilities. One possibility was that the meaning of the name itself wasn't very outstanding, but it occupied a place in history. The other possibility was that the owner of the name might be very famous, but had little interaction with him. The former was the replacement of some small local lords, and the latter was the owner of a secondary seat in the Council of 12 of Buga. Although the Council of 12 of the Silver Folk was a terrifying existence, Brando really couldn't remember the full names of the others except for the two names William and Tumen. Of course, he might be able to remember the other person's identity when he saw the name, but it wasn't so easy to remember every detail. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but straighten up a little seriously. And at the same time, he saw the female knight Maynard opposite him also cast a somewhat serious look at the little girl, but the little girl was sharper than he thought. She seemed to notice Brando's abnormality and looked up at him with some fear. "Uncle, what's wrong?" "Uncle. Uncle?" Brando almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Even if he counted his birthday next month, he was only 21 years old. 21 years old. How did he become an uncle? He took a deep breath and calmed himself down with great difficulty. He thought to himself, forget it. Anyway, with the age of his other soul, being called uncle wasn't a big deal. He paused for a moment and asked in what he thought was the most gentle voice, "Little girl, you said your name is Micaiah? What's your full name?" Brando dared to guarantee that his expression at that moment must be the most gentle, and would never be mistaken for a strange uncle who used lollipops to kidnap a Lolita, but he immediately discovered that it was just his illusion. Micaiah looked at him with some fear, suddenly slid down from the chair, and carefully replied, "My name is Micaiah, uncle. My mom and dad are coming soon, I'll go first, thank you." Then, she bowed to everyone and ran outside. "Wait." Brando was slightly startled and was about to reach out to stop the little girl. But it was at this time that he saw a man running in from outside the door of the inn. As soon as the man entered the inn, he shouted, "Found it, sir." Only then did Brando notice that the man was bald. This was the innkeeper who had been sent out to help him inquire about the news. Seeing this guy, Brando swallowed the words that were in his throat back into his stomach. He glanced at the little girl called Micaiah from afar, and the latter had run to the counter in a short while. Forget it, Brando couldn't help but sigh. Anyway, there would be plenty of opportunities in the future, and his most important task was obviously not to investigate the identity of a little girl. On the contrary, the most important thing for him now was the news that the bald innkeeper had brought back. He didn't know if he had found any useful information. He looked in that direction, and the bald innkeeper had already run to their side, panting. He looked at Brando with an extremely admiring look, and replied while panting, "Sir, you really have godlike foresight, just tell me the result." Brando threw a gold coin over, well aware of this guy's trick. "I went to ask, those hunters did go directly into the forest without any preparation, which is strange. I haven't heard of anyone who dared to be so bold in so many years." The innkeeper smiled good-naturedly as he put away the gold coin, and replied naggingly, "They didn't prepare any tools, they didn't even bring any supplies, they must have lost their minds." "They're not crazy," Lorena's voice cut in, interrupting him. "It's because someone prepared supplies for them." "Who?" The innkeeper was stunned. Except for him, everyone sitting there looked at each other with a look of understanding, even Faraz, who had been slow to react. Who would prepare supplies for those hunters? Naturally, it could only be that cunning fox Enrich. Because there had been almost no record of caravans entering or leaving the country recently. So Brando was almost certain that Enrich had not entered Shallow Water Town at all, but they still needed a local guide. After all, not everyone was as familiar with the forest as he was. So he could infer that Enrich must have bypassed Shallow Water Town, just sent someone to hire some local hunters, and then went straight into the forest. As long as he had this clue, then the following tracking would be much easier. Brando's eyes calmed down. He put down the map and asked, "When did those hunters enter the forest?" "A week ago, my lord." The innkeeper took the money and naturally did his best, answering without hesitation. "A week." Brando pondered for a moment. This was not a long time, and it was very likely that Enrich had not yet crossed the northern part of the Ansara forest. But there was no time to lose, they had to get moving right away. Of course, before that, he had to grasp more advantages. He looked up, and the female knight Lorena and her fiancé Faraz looked at the lord with some admiration. Although filtering useful information from useless rumors was actually just the most basic compulsory course for most veteran adventurers and mercenaries, but in the eyes of these newbies, who had just left home for the first time, Brando suddenly rose to the height of wisdom. At this time, Brando was pulling out a roll of parchment from under his cloak and throwing it in front of the innkeeper. "You, read this." "Me?" The innkeeper was slightly taken aback by Brando's sudden action. In his previous impression, although the noble young man was very capable, he was not too different from those playboys. But it seemed that all of a sudden, the noble in front of him had changed. The feeling was like an unsheathed sword, becoming fierce. Brando pointed at the parchment and nodded to him. The innkeeper then picked up the parchment with trepidation, and then slowly opened it. But he had just finished reading the first row when he almost threw it out with a shudder. Royal Knight Regiment. "My lord, you are a royal knight?" The innkeeper's face was pale, and he could not help but stutter a little, wiping the oily sweat from his head as he asked. Brando nodded. This was one of the identities that Princess Griffin had entrusted to him. In fact, after the Battle of Ampere Seal, because of the support of the Holy Cathedral of Fire, the princess's forces could almost be considered as the orthodox forces of Erewhon. In addition to the northern nobles, Enrich, who had colluded with All for One, had long been declared a criminal by the Holy Cathedral and was wanted by the Holy Cathedral. So now it could be said that the difference in status between him and the Duke was completely different from when he first stole Grodden's title from Tonagel. His real identity used to be a bandit, a rebel, and a bandit, but now Enrich was a heretic wanted by the Holy Cathedral of Fire. In that case, of course, he would take advantage of this apparent change in status. Brando pushed the parchment in front of the innkeeper and said sternly, "So now you know who we are?" My lord." The bald innkeeper replied with sweat dripping down his forehead. "Don't worry, we are not here to cause trouble for you." Brando was speechless as he looked at the man who was scared out of his wits. He had to say something to comfort him, "But I can tell you clearly now that the people who entered the forest are a group of vicious heretics." "My lord, you mean those hunters are heretics?" The innkeeper did not know where the courage came from, but he actually interrupted Brando in surprise. Brando was speechless for a moment. "No, I mean the people who hired them to enter the forest." "Oh no." Hearing this sentence, the innkeeper suddenly jumped up as if the soles of his feet were on fire. "So the hunters who entered the forest are not in danger?" Brando sighed in relief. He did not expect this greedy and unscrupulous man to be worried about others. He could not help but show a slight admiration. He nodded and said, "Yes, so quickly go and find the families of those hunters, their wives, daughters, parents, and those who are familiar with them. They must know the path that those hunters are used to taking into the forest at this time of year." He paused for a moment and continued, "We must catch up with those heretics before they do. You understand?" The bald innkeeper was slightly startled, and immediately nodded and patted his chest to assure Brando that he would immediately find those relevant people. Brando was too lazy to pay attention to this guy. After sending him away with great difficulty, he turned around and saw Freya asking worriedly, "Are those hunters really in danger, Brando?" "There is definitely danger, but it's not a big problem for the time being." Brando thought for a moment and replied, "At least before leaving the stained frost forest, Enrich will definitely not do anything to them." "My lord Count, so you said that just to make him hurry up?" Lorena asked with some confusion, "But won't this make the families of those hunters worry for nothing?" Brando shook his head. "If we can catch up with Enrich, naturally the sooner the better. I'm afraid that guy will be too careful and waste unnecessary time. Besides, it's better to worry than to actually die." "I see, you're right." The female knight nodded. Brando turned his head and watched the innkeeper crawl out of the door, his bald head very conspicuous on the street. He took a light breath and looked down at the map spread out on the table. His gaze subconsciously moved to the Lantan Island area, but suddenly he saw a familiar place name, Enrich. Enrich, Micaiah. At that moment, a bright electric light flashed through Brando's mind. He couldn't help but scream in his heart, F***ck, Enrich, Micaiah, that little girl is the future witch queen. P.S. 10,000 strong baboons are here again. This should be the 13th day. What are you still hesitating for? Where are the votes? To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidien.com to vote for recommendation and monthly votes. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 707. Before evening, Brando had obtained a map of the hidden routes the hunters used to enter the forest. This was all thanks to the bald boss of the coach house's propaganda. Or rather, intimidation. The secret paths in the forest were only known to the hunters, and every single one of them was a secret passed down from generation to generation. If not for the safety of their own families, they would never hand them over to outsiders. Of course, Brando's identity as a royal knight also played a huge role. The commoners always subconsciously knew that a noble did not need their secrets. On the contrary, when they heard that a knight from the royal family was going to rescue their loved ones, they could not help but feel grateful. Some even volunteered to be Brando's guide, but Brando politely rejected them. It was not that he thought he was more familiar with the forest in the north than the locals, but it was not worth it to bring a burden along for this little bit of convenience. Soon, it was close to dusk. The red sun was slanting into the mountains on the west coast of Lake Valendon. The setting sun dyed the entire world in a hazy golden red. Under the twilight, a caravan consisting of only a single carriage was leaving Shallow Water Town's northern gate. Brando rode his warhorse at the front of the convoy, moving along the crescent-shaped beach by the lake. His shadow was dragged long by the setting sun, as if he was a silhouette of the gloomy Northansra forest ahead. Brando raised his head and looked at the forest buried in the shadows of the mountains. The dark canopy of the trees was like countless nails arranged together, stretching all the way to the gray background of the Goldfinch Mountains. It was a vast cedar forest. A series of hooves sounded behind him. Brando turned his head to the side and saw a bright purple. The Shire's long robe fluttered slightly in the evening wind. He was riding a chestnut-colored warhorse, catching up from behind. Compared to the other wizards, the Highland wizards had some experience as knights' apprentices, so they more or less knew some riding skills. This young wizard was undoubtedly one of the best. "Hey, Sir Overlord." The Shire's snow-white hand held the reins while his other hand held his cane. He made a special greeting. "I just got something interesting. You must want to see it." Brando was too lazy to look at this grinning guy. In his vision, the sunset glow in the eastern sky faded slightly and was replaced by a transparent light blue. A few white stars dotted the blue night sky, faintly discernible. A cool breeze blew across the surface of the lake, and the floating golden light rippled on the waves, like a few light ribbons. Bathing in the evening breeze, he snorted softly. "What is it?" He was very clear about the temperament of this guy who had followed him for a long time. If he showed too much interest, this guy might become complacent and keep him in suspense. The Shire laughed dryly. Then the bill for the hotel. Brando thought that Baldy had secretly tampered with the bill again. He couldn't help but sigh. It was one thing to tamper with the bill, but to be caught red-handed, this was really disappointing. He's just a profiteer. There's no need to bother with him. No. The Shire shook his head. "I don't think he's that stupid. Did any of us replenish our supplies at the hotel?" Brando was slightly startled. "Replenish our supplies? Of course not, but you can ask Mr. and Mrs. Lorena. Maybe they bought something. I've already asked. They don't know either, Sir Overlord." Brando turned around with a suspicious look in his eyes. The convoy had made the last replenishment at Fort Kirkle. After that, there was no need to replenish their supplies at all. He became alert. "What's going on?" "I've asked the waiter, the Shire, get to the point. If you keep me in suspense, I'll kick you into the lake." Brando replied impatiently. Okay. The Shire quickly raised his hands in surrender. "Sir Overlord, the waiter said so. The little girl who was with us asked him to buy these things. And then he blamed it on us?" Brando was slightly puzzled. "Does he think we're in cahoots with the little girl?" "Yes, we're in cahoots. But that's what the little girl said herself, if the waiter wasn't lying." The Shire spread his hands on the horse's back. "Wait." Brando suddenly reacted. "You said she left the bill to us?" "I'm afraid so, Sir Overlord." The Shire laughed. "She successfully conspired to take over Grodden's position and forced the legitimate nobles to acknowledge him. Count Trentheim, who had never suffered a loss, who had protected all his confidence and hope, who had saved the loop of trade winds, who had gone to Ampere Cipher alone to defeat Duke Cipher and the Holy Cathedral of Fire, who had never thought that he would be defeated by a little girl today. No one would believe this. Brando raised his head and straightened his body. He faced the direction of the forest and urged his horse to run faster. He squinted his eyes in the wind and replied. "You're right. This is really bad." The Shire saw his overlord's smug expression and was slightly startled. Naturally, he could not catch up with Brando and could only shout from behind. "My lord, why do I feel like you've succeeded in your scheme?" Brendel smiled faintly but did not reply. He was not just in a good mood, he was in a very good mood. Micaiah Everii was a famous name in history. The Witch of Arutcher, the rebel, the Witch of Gold, the merchant of equality and sophistry. But the most famous of them all was, she was undoubtedly the ruler of the Bunasan, the overlord of the Winter Kingdom, and the Witch Queen. She was the ruler of space and time, the successor of the Witch of Nothingness, Euphorbia. She was known as the most unique witch among the 12 branches of witches. Because she was a witch but also pursued the path of rebellion to break free from the witch's fate, she was once called a rebel by the witches. But it was such a rebel who finally gained the recognition of the crown of winter and became the first witch queen to unify the 12 branches of witches after 1,000 years. Micaiah was from Erewhon, but before the Third War of the Black Roses, she left Erewhon with her teacher and went to cruise. Before that, the witch queen had been living in Arutcher, Lantern Island, so she was also known as the Witch of Arutcher. After that, Micaiah experienced nearly 30 years of wandering life. When she became the Witch Queen, Erewhon was long gone. Therefore, Brando did not have much interaction with the Witch Queen. Her name was like one of the many stars floating in the bright starry sky of Wonde. Although brilliant, it was only a wave in the long river of history. But now the significance was slightly different. Micaiah was still a little girl, but her talent could not be doubted. Brando now doubted whether the parents she spoke of really existed, because she looked more like an orphan. Although it was a little rude to think so, it was really good news for Brando. Compared to persuading a noble couple to give their child to him to teach, it was much easier to lure an isolated and helpless little girl with a stable and good environment. From Micaiah's behavior, it could be seen that she must have no food or clothing. Maybe she was separated from her parents. But Brando did not turn his horse around, because he remembered that Micaiah would officially become a witch around March next year. Before that, he still had a lot of time. In any case, he had already asked the owner of the carriage house to keep an eye out for him. Although he did not think that the little girl would continue to stay in Shallow Water Town after committing the crime with her calm and intelligence. But it didn't matter, there was still time. Brando and his horse galloped together in the wind, and he could not help but let out a sigh of relief in his heart. The 3 heroes of Erewhon, the Valkyrie, Amandina, Bosley, Tamar, and Carglaise were all outstanding young people. If the Witch Queen from the other side of history was added, more and more outstanding talents were gathered on this ship sailing out of the storm. Perhaps the history of the Erewhon would really change because of this. From evening to the dawn of the night, everyone in the caravan saw the young lord's figure galloping wildly under the moonlight. He ran a big circle around the edge of the forest and circled back to the starting point, seeming to be particularly high-spirited. However, very few people knew what the Count was thinking. Only a slightly cold gaze was silently watching the silhouette under the moonlight. Nightfall in summer always came especially late. Although the full moon had already rushed over the gray mountains, the fiery sunset was still unwilling to retract its last ray of light. It was only after 8:00 that the forest by the lake was completely dark. If this was the Tonajol region, the forest would already be filled with the sound of insects chirping, but the cedar forest was especially cold. The rustling of the temperature and the frost on the pine trees seemed to be incompatible with the season. But Brando did not slow down the caravan. Instead, he returned to the side of the carriage and urged everyone to maintain the same speed. From here onwards, they would enter the northern Ansara forest and enter the Foy Fork. This place was still far from the Falling Needle Hills. The frost demons that lived in the cedar forest were magical creatures that were over level 20. Even experienced hunters could easily subdue them. Of course, they had to rely on traps and cooperation. But Brando was looking for a more beautiful creature, and the first night in the forest was especially important for him. He tightened the reins and slowed the warhorse down. He bypassed the carriage full of supplies and carefully checked the condition of the shafts and wheels. Traveling on the uneven road in the forest in cold weather was especially taxing on the loaded carriage, so he had to be more careful. Brando had experienced many adventures and naturally had the relevant experience. But when he reached the other end, he saw a familiar face. The female knight was sitting on a pitch-black warhorse, holding the reins with both hands. She looked at him calmly, as if she had been waiting for him for a long time. "The first night is very important, isn't it?" Her voice was calm and cold. After the night fell, the cold wind began to carry a hint of coldness, as if it was sweeping through the forest. Brando shivered. He held the reins with one hand and looked at the female knight. "Who are you?" That's not important. Let the others set up camp. Maynard tucked her black sandalwood hair behind her ears and glanced at him from the corner of her eyes. Come with me. Bring your 3 attendants. As she spoke, she turned the horse around and left him with a suave view of her back. Wait. Brando was stunned. Idiot, Maynard replied with her back turned. Don't ask so many meaningless questions. Isn't your mission to catch the crystal deer? I know where it is. It was as if a bolt of lightning had descended from the sky and landed on Brando, causing him to freeze completely. P.S. After obtaining Lady Nicole's permission, you baboons are resting today. The main thing is to stabilize the quality and continue to explode with 10,000 copies tomorrow. Also, someone asked me about the update plan for next month around the new year. We'll see when the time comes. I'm going out on the 2nd. If I can rush out the chapters before then, I'll maintain 10,000 new updates. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 708. As if by some strange coincidence, Brando obeyed Maynard's orders and gave the order to set up camp, but he didn't bring the Shire, Medisha, or Hippamra with him. Instead, he chased Maynard into the Ansara forest alone. The 2 warhorses passed through the forest at night and passed through a gentle hillside. This was the Weiler hillside to the north of Shallow Water Town that Brando was familiar with. But soon, the forest gradually became sparse and open up, and in Brando's field of vision, a silver-like path paved between the woodlands. It was actually the reflection of the moonlight. The silver moon hung high in the sky, depicting the uneven treetops of the cedar trees, and the withered leaves piled up in layers below. The graceful figure of the female knight was always in front of Brando, maintaining a steady pace. She didn't speak, just silently moving forward. But Brando finally couldn't suppress the doubts in his heart. He urged the horse to close the distance between them. What do you want, Madame Maynard? The female knight slowed down and answered without turning her head. Didn't I tell you before? I know where the crystal stag is. Her voice was like a clear spring in the mountains, flowing gently. This wasn't the answer Brando wanted. He wanted another answer. But how do you know? This place was already very close to a valley in his memory called Holy Silver Valley, where many moonlight flowers bloomed. But more importantly, there was an even more beautiful and enchanting creature living there. In the folklore of the Ansara forest, there was a charming crystal stag living in the forest. Every full moon night, it would wander through the forest and devour the moonlight. Only a few people had seen it before, but any hunter who met it by chance would be lucky for the next month. After all, legends were just legends. The crystal stag in the amber sword was an elemental creature from the water elemental plane. A small number of them existed in Wonde, and in Erewhon. They mostly lived in the Ansara forest and the Falling Needle Hills to the south of the Stained Frost forest. Their food was pure magic, so when the moon of magic was full, these enchanting creatures would migrate in the direction of the flow of magic in the forest. This was a level 55 elemental creature with a simple, healing element. It was worth mentioning that they weren't as peaceful as the legend said. The crystal stag had a strong sense of territory and would often attack intruders. And they would also move with the frost demons in the forest, so they weren't suitable prey. But there was only one elemental activation mission in the north of Manoir, and that was to obtain the crystallized blood of the crystal stag. The question was, how did she know all this? The female knight turned her head, and the milky moonlight outlined the curve of her face. She looked at him, and there was a bright reflection in her eyes, but she was very calm. I also know that you want crystallized blood. Brando's knuckles turned white as he gripped the reins. Who exactly are you? An equivalent exchange. Before I answer your question, I want to ask you a question. Maynard turned her head and continued to move forward slowly on the horse's back. Her voice was very soft and calm, as if she was narrating something unimportant. Brando was silent for a moment. His mind was a mess, and he tried to organize it. But all his questions were focused on one point. He said hesitantly. Ask away. Some people are racing. At this time, a rider has surpassed the original second place. May I ask what place he is now? Brando didn't expect Maynard to ask such a strange question. Without thinking, he answered, first place. Maynard giggled. I understand. You're Sophie, right? Brando was like a stone statue on the horse's back. He stared at the female knight in a daze, his teeth chattering. That name seemed to be squeezed out from the depths of his throat. Allium Japonicum, Senior? Maynard stopped and glanced at him. I'm not her. That's impossible. Brando was a little anxious. He almost recognized her. Otherwise, why didn't Maynard exist in history? Why did she look exactly like his senior? Why did she know who he was? But why didn't she admit it? But I know her, Maynard replied faintly. Brando was slightly startled. Maynard's tone was very quiet, as if to calm his restless heart. He looked at the woman, the familiar back, in confusion. What's going on? I don't know. Maynard sighed faintly. But I'm very happy that I guessed right. If you don't feel bored, I can tell you about myself, please tell me. Brando tried his best to suppress his emotions. He felt that he was going crazy. I've been dreaming since I can remember. Some strange, absurd dreams. Sometimes, in my dreams, I dream that the kingdom is overturned and everything is in a sea of fire. Sometimes, I dream that I've become another person. In such dreams, I'm like a bystander, but I'm still struggling in an obscure fate. In the end, history returns to the same path. Maynard slowly recounted her past. Her voice became a little gloomy. In that history, I know you're senior. Brando seemed to have woken up from a dream. The first thing he said was, that's impossible. Among all her members, you're the dumbest. In all the intellectual questions, you're always wrong. But her favorite member is you. Because you're simple and full of ideals, like a blank piece of paper. Maynard replied, I've more or less guessed your identity. But until today, I'm sure who you are, Sophie. Brando held the reins tightly and stared at the woman. If you're not her, why are you telling me this? His voice sounded a little like his soul had been sucked out. Because I'm scared. Scared? In my dreams, I've seen many strange scenes. I don't know which of them are real and which of them are fake. But it wasn't until this dream began to come true that I began to fear the end. I gave myself a name, Maynard. In the few fragments of my memory about the dream, this word represents revenge. I hope to fight against my fate. Wait. Brando seemed to be listening to an incredible story. He found that he understood the things that Maynard said. They corresponded to everything that happened in the previous world. But just as he was about to speak, the knight interrupted, Don't interrupt. The knight continued, Because of this wish, I came to the princess' side. But I found that my idea was wishful thinking. I joined the royal faction, but it was just like what I saw in my dream. Even the royal faction couldn't stop it from happening. Erewhon was like a sinking ship caught in a storm. Everyone on the ship could only watch as it was pulled into the center of the whirlpool. At this point, she stopped and asked, Do you believe what I said? Brando's feelings at this moment were no less than the day he traveled to Bucci. His mind was also a mess. He vaguely felt that there was some kind of connection between the two, but he couldn't figure it out. Hearing the knight's question, he nodded stiffly and said, This is an incredible story, but you believe it, right? Because you personally experienced part of it. Maynard asked quietly. This question made Brando shiver. He stared at her. Because it was an opportunity for me. Maynard did not avoid Brando's gaze. Until one day, I found that everything started to deviate from its original path. From which day? Brando had already guessed something, but he still asked in a ghostly tone. His voice was trembling. From the day Grodin died. Brando trembled slightly. The night seemed to have never spoken so much in her life. She sighed softly and said, "Do you understand, Mr. Brando? I know that you are the only opportunity to change everything. Only you can prevent Erewhon from falling into destruction. Because I know that you and I have experienced the same history, although I don't know where you came from, maybe you had the same dream as me, but at least I understand your thoughts." She turned around and looked at him with bright eyes. "You won't let it happen again, right?" Brendel rode silently on his horse and did not answer for a while. "Why are you telling me this?" After a while, he asked the same question as before. "Because I want to help you," Maynard answered. "Help me?" That dream was clear and blurry at the same time. It let me know some trivial things. Although I can't remember when the war between Erewhon and Madara broke out, I can't tell who is enemy and who is friend. It's like there's a barrier between me and history." She paused for a moment, "But, you know, she knows more than you. I can help you, Brando." "Like now?" Brando took a deep breath. He knew that Maynard was right. She knew more than he did. Before the year of Lin Mao, he was still a complete rookie. Most of the information he had about the era before this came from the records on the forum after that. But before the First War of the Black Roses broke out, she was already a veteran commander. But he did not expect that even in another world, she would still stand by his side like before. Brando suddenly felt a stinging sensation at the corner of his eyes. He blinked. "Can you remember everything, Madame Maynard?" "I can't," the knight answered calmly, "but I can at least remember part of it." "That's enough." Brando smiled slightly. He had completely calmed down. He stopped his horse and extended his hand to her, with Martha as the witness. "It's a pleasure to work with you." Maynard stopped as well. This was a common way for players to form parties in the game. She was slightly startled, as if she was in a different world. But she only reached out and touched Brando's finger lightly. "It's a pleasure to work with you, but don't try to take advantage of me, Brando." To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 709. The two of them stood on the cliff, gazing at the silent valley. "We'll reach the Holy Seal Valley if we go down from here. Do you still remember the specific steps to catch the crystal stag?" Brando observed the situation below. The valley was also covered in dense cedar forest, but there were specks of light between the trees. Those were the light of the moonlight grass. "Go down. Catch it." Brando turned his head and gazed at the calm female knight. This was really like the answer from Senior Allium Japonicum. It was simple, clear, and without any ambiguity. "Why are you looking at me? With your current abilities, it's not difficult to catch it. I only remember that this valley is a concentric circle. The frost demons live on the outermost perimeter, and then there's a lake. The lake is very shallow, and many places can be crossed by wading through." Maynard bathed in the night wind with a calm expression. "Even if you obtained this information from the kingdom's geographical records, you guessed correctly, Mr. Brando. I did obtain this information from the Manowar geographical records published in 355. The memories in my dream are fragmented, and sometimes I have to match them one by one from documents," Maynard answered calmly. "But you told me you can find the crystal stag. They only appear at 3 or 4 o'clock tonight when the moon is full. They travel by the river of magic, but I've never had the experience of finding the river of magic." "I have, but you need to bring me down first." Brando let out a sigh of relief. He looked back at the pitch-black forest and nodded. "That's not a problem." The distance from the outskirts of the valley to the central lake was a slope that sloped toward the center. Large patches of cedar forest were spread out sparsely, and the forest was dotted with moonlight grass that glowed brightly. From afar, it looked like a meadow on fire. This was also the place where frost demons could be found. Frost demons were a type of secondary elemental creature that looked a bit like a flat ice man. Its strength was about the same as 3 skeleton soldiers, and its vitality was far more tenacious than the latter. However, it didn't have any special means of attack, except for a spell called Frost Flying Dagger. As a low-level magical creature, frost demons also lacked intelligence. Their movements were completely based on their beastly instincts. Therefore, the hunters set up traps to catch them. The frost core, the magic core in their bodies, was an inferior magic crystal. It could be sold for a good price in the market. However, Brando did not intend to provoke these things. Most frost demons like to move in groups, especially near their habitat. He did not want to attract the attention of these demonic creatures. This was the first test of this mission. To the average player, this test would be quite troublesome. Brando could imagine that only an expert could complete this quest. Most players would choose to gather their friends and fight their way in from the outside. However, this quest was unusually simple for him. He simply took out King Buni's concealment cloak of all things from his backpack, opened it, and stood down. He looked up at the female knight beside him and said, "Come in." Maynard hesitated for a moment before she got into the cloak and squeezed together with Brando. "I'm warning you, don't take the opportunity to get close to me." She exhaled. Brando nodded awkwardly and closed the cloak with his hands. Inevitably, the distance between the two of them got closer. Maynard snorted softly, but she knew that Brando did not mean to take advantage of her, so she could only ignore it. With the concealment cloak of all things, passing through the frost demon's territory became a very simple matter. There was no need to think about taking a detour. Brando went straight through the first half of the valley. Soon, he saw a silver light spot appear in the forest. It was a lake. The reason why it was shining was because the mirror-like surface of the lake reflected the continuous flow of moonlight grass. As Brando approached the lake, the concealment cloak in his hands gradually lost its magic power. After 2 flashes, it turned back into an old rag. At this moment, Brando heard a sharp squeak from behind him. He knew it was not good. He hurriedly put away the cloak and pulled out Halran Gaia. Looking back, he saw a creature that looked like a transparent ice crystal looking at them under the shadow of a tree not far away. That thing looked like a thin ice man. Its height was only half that of a normal human. He could barely make out that there was a ball of red light on its head, which looked like an eyeball. But Brendel knew that it was just the mana core of the enemy. This was the frost demon. It seems that the duration of your cloak is shorter than you expected. You've regressed, Brando. Maynard turned around and pulled out her long sword, standing back to back with Brando. Brando immediately felt awkward. Ever since he transmigrated to this world, his attention had been occupied by other things. As a player, his sharp senses had indeed slowed down a lot. After a scream, 20 to 30 monsters of similar appearance immediately rushed out of the cedar forest, surrounding the two of them. "How do we fight?" Brando asked. "I can deal with 7 or 8 of them, no problem," Maynard said calmly. "Then you protect yourself. Leave the rest to me." Maynard nodded. She was very clear about Brando's ability. With her strength, she would only be a burden to him. So, she only needed to protect herself and not distract Brando. As soon as Brando finished speaking, the tip of Halran Gaia lightly slashed downwards. With a loud bang, something seemed to rise from the ground. 2 sharp stone spikes pierced through the ground and flew towards the 2 frost demons. Before the latter could react, they were nailed to the cedar tree trunk behind them. With a crack, the cedar tree snapped, and the 2 frost demons were completely smashed into a pile of ice crystals. This happened in an instant, so much so that before the numerous frost monsters could react, they had already lost 2 of their kind. But everyone knew that Halran Gaia could only be activated after swinging it. It wasn't that the sword missed, but that Brando hadn't arrived yet. Brando's figure was gradually fading. But on the other side of the battlefield, a black blade appeared in front of a frost demon. That demon raised its head and watched as Halran Gaia swept across its body. Like breaking glass, its body of ice shattered inch by inch. Brando's sword seemed to have cut open a gap, creating a huge arc. 3 frost demons were turned into countless flying fragments along with his sword. The shattered frost demons in midair melted at a speed visible to the naked eye. Before their shattered bodies could even land on the ground, they turned into a light blue crystal and fell to the ground. This crystal was a frost core, a very inferior substitute for magic crystals, but it could barely be considered a renewable resource. If Brando had just arrived in Tonajal, such a substitute would have been a precious treasure to him, but now it was of little value. He didn't even look at these drops, and like a whirlwind, he charged into the frost demons. In an instant, it seemed as if 4 or 5 Brandos had appeared on the battlefield at the same time. Maynard quickly joined the battle, and the battle was basically one-sided. Only the last few frost demons managed to scratch the female knight with their frost daggers before they died. And it was basically impossible for these monsters to pose any threat to Brando. The last frost demon also turned into ice under Brando's sword. The battle ended in just a few minutes, and Brando didn't even feel that his body had warmed up. However, Maynard had used up a lot of energy. She used all her strength to push away the last frost demon that she killed, and its corpse fell to the ground with a crash, shattering into thousands of pieces. She then leaned on her sword, looking as if it was very strenuous. Brando turned his head, looked at the female knight with a red face, and teased, "You've also regressed a lot. Don't compare me to her, I'm not her." Maynard sighed softly, and raised her head to glare at him hatefully. Brando smiled faintly. He also knew that Maynard wasn't his senior sister Allium Japonicum, but they seemed to have influenced each other. From her, he could always see the shadow of his senior sister in every detail. He finally understood why, other than her appearance, she always gave him a feeling of closeness. Perhaps it was because of this feeling that it was very difficult for him to bear any ill will towards her, and even had a natural sense of closeness. At this moment, the corpse of the frost demon that Maynard killed was melting, like snow seeping into the meadow, leaving behind a dark blue hexagonal crystal. Brando's smile immediately froze on his face. Maynard also noticed the crystal at her feet. She gently picked it up. "This is the heart of frost." Brendel almost screamed out. "Martha above, how did your face become better?" He looked at the female knight with a dumbfounded expression, and blurted out, "This thing's drop rate is only 0.003%. Maynard was slightly startled, and immediately glared at him hatefully, replying word by word, "I said, I'm not her, but isn't your face still as black as mine?" Brando couldn't help but curse in his heart. When he thought about how this knight captain had opened the corpse a few times before, he still had some lingering fear. "What did you say?" "No, I'm just lamenting." Brando shrugged. Maynard glanced at the gem in her hand. Her gaze was a little confused, but she clearly recognized this thing. She raised the frost heart. "You want this thing? Is it useful to you?" "It's very useful." Brando took a deep breath and answered honestly. "But you're not an elementalist, are you?" "I know, but it's more useful to me than an elementalist," Brando answered. After hearing his answer, Maynard didn't hesitate, as if the thing in her hand was trash to her. She looked at the gem again, and then casually threw it over. "Remember, don't compare me to her. I am me, and my name is Maynard." With this action, the female knight coldly ordered. Brando was slightly startled. He suddenly thought of something. "Is this why you don't want to learn magic?" But before he could finish this sentence, Maynard glared at him coldly. "I'm going to treat my wound." The female knight said this and disappeared behind the forest. Brando actually already had an answer in his heart, but he was slightly stunned for a moment before bending down to pick up the frost heart. Opening the interface, a familiar attribute immediately appeared in his vision: Frost Heart Wind, Water Elemental Pool Capacity plus 5%. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidien. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 710. The Frost Heart wasn't a piece of equipment, nor was it a strengthening crystal. It wasn't a material or an embedded gem. It was a consumable, and its only function was to increase the capacity of the user's wind and water elemental pools by 5%, but it could only be used once on the same person. These things were undoubtedly the spoils of war that Brando needed the most right now. It was also the most crucial part of his path as a planeswalker, something that even Tumen could not imagine: equipment, special items, consumables for upgrading and strengthening crystals. There were many items in the world of Wone that could expand the elemental pool, like the Heart of Frost and the Star of Flame. Of course, for the sake of balance, except for a small number of divine artifacts and legendary items, similar magic items and fantasy items did not increase the elemental pool too much. But don't forget, Brando himself is special. Because of the existence of the two elemental pools, the enhancement of these items to him was equivalent to double. For example, the Frost Heart's wind and water elemental pools could be expanded by 5%, but for him, it was actually expanded by 10%. A double bonus was enough to change the original balance. Brando even felt that Martha was especially fond of him. Before entering the Stained Frost Forest instance, he had already predicted that he would be able to obtain a similar wind or water elemental pool expansion equipment. After all, this was Erwin's most famous instance with ice-type creatures. However, he didn't think that the surprise would come so quickly. The drop rate of the Frost Heart in the game was only 0.003%. On average, this area would only produce one Frost Heart every 1 to 2 months. However, this time, they had only killed 20 to 30 Frost Demons. According to the standards of the game, this was already considered heaven-defying. Most importantly, it was Maynard who had opened it. In Brando's mind, Maynard was basically as bad as his senior. After the Great Happiness, Brando immediately used Frost Heart. The data of the wind and water elemental pools of the two elemental pools immediately became Frowny Face Wind, 2120 plus 1, plus 5%, Wind, 6360 plus 3, plus 5% Water, 2120 plus 1, plus 5%, Water, 6360 plus 3. Plus 5%. Brando knew that the expansion of the elemental pool was calculated in the game. Equipment, strengthening crystals, and internal enhancement were all calculated separately. Other than the direct increase in the basic value, the other relationships were all multiplicative. Therefore, there was no need to pay too much attention to the order of use. However, after the expansion of the elemental pool, the system prompted that the capacity of his deck had also increased to 6, 10, and 14, 20, which gave him a huge surprise. Because this indirectly confirmed his thoughts. The path he envisioned as a planeswalker was to rely on 8 or more planeswalker creatures to quickly accumulate an absolute advantage on the battlefield. Every planeswalker was a channel for drawing cards and playing cards. One round of drawing cards 10 times and playing cards 10 times. Starting with a hand of 80 cards. What kind of concept was this? Even an apprentice who had just become a planeswalker would understand how terrifying this was. However, the only flaw of his deck was actually the limit of the size of the deck and the elemental pool. After all, Kelsey's idea was flawed. The planeswalker creatures themselves could not provide the capacity of the elemental pool and the deck. This meant that more than 8 planeswalkers would have to draw power from his elemental pool and share only 2 decks. If an ordinary planeswalker's elemental pool and deck could not form a cycle, they would probably face the end of being exhausted in an instant. However, Brando did not want to pursue a cycle in the ordinary sense. If he wanted to pursue a cycle, why did he have to tinker with this deck? Of course, it was not that he had not considered this problem, but he only had a solution. His solution was actually very simple. With the natural advantage of being a high-level player, he could target and collect equipment that could expand the elemental pool. Through the accumulation of equipment and strengthening items, he could support a huge elemental pool. Then, in turn, a huge elemental pool could bring about an equally huge deck. This way, he could ingeniously bypass the so-called bottleneck problem of his planeswalker deck. Of course, this method seemed very simple. However, in reality, it was almost impossible for anyone other than Brando. The world of Wone was so huge, and the limited ruins and underground cities were scattered across a vast area. To filter out the equipment that had the attributes you needed from the hundreds of millions of magical equipment, this was undoubtedly a lifetime of work. Of course, you could also make your own. However, ever since the fall of Babel Fortress, most of the skills from the peak of the power of ancient magic had long been lost. Most of the top equipment in the world of Woned were gifts from the ancient times. How could the craftsmanship of the Iron Folk surpass those of the gold and silver bloodlines that were favored by the gods? Not to mention the divine equipment that had been lost in history. They belonged to the gods and were not something that could be born in this era of mortals. However, these problems were not a problem for Brando, because this was what he was best at. What equipment was in what instance, which treasure chest hid what he wanted. Finding out these information was as simple as eating and drinking for him. The only pity was that he was a warrior in his previous life and knew little about the top equipment of the wizards. However, he did not expect that this problem would be solved by at least half today. Because his senior sister was once a wizard and an elementalist. After the frost heart was used, it disappeared from his hand little by little as if it was weathered. Brando looked at the deck that had just been emptied. He reached out and pulled out a card from the spare deck, Pristine Archangel, and put it into Pahimala's Faith deck. Silver flames immediately ignited on the surface of the card. After the flames burned, the Pristine Archangel immediately changed its appearance. Avenging Angel Faith III Light 15, spells, pay 50 mana and put the Avenging Angel, level equal to Priest Himalud, into the field to attack all enemies that have harmed the summoner. Redemption. When the Avenging Angel enters the field, choose the top 3 cards from the graveyard and shuffle them into their respective decks. Sustain. The Avenging Angel will be maintained until the completion of an attack. The voice of Mass seems to sound from above the clouds, holy light descends from the sky, and the dead are revived. When Brando saw this card, he couldn't help but be shocked. Although after he became an official planeswalker, every card that he put into his own rules had to complete a sublimation of the law, it was the first time he had seen a card that had been sublimated to such an extent. He couldn't help but be a little dazed. For a moment, he didn't understand where the key point was. However, at this time, footsteps came from behind the forest. Maynard was obviously about to return. He hurriedly put away the card, turned around, and saw the bandage wrapped around the female knight's hand. "Are you okay?" he asked with some concern. "Don't worry about it, it's just a small injury," Maynard replied faintly. The female knight came to Brando's side and stood with him by the shining lake. She looked up at the huge island in the center of the lake. There was a broad-leaved forest on the island that was different from other places. Those trees seemed to be oak or mangrove trees, but the trunks and leaves were silver gray, like ice sculptures. The frosty forest stood on the other side of the lake. From afar, it looked like a snow-white palace. "The crystal stag is in that forest," Maynard replied. "Do you plan on going there directly?" Brando glanced at the lake that was as smooth as a mirror and shook his head. "I'm afraid it's not that simple. The forest on the other side of the lake should be the Rime Forest. I heard that the crystal stag lives in symbiosis with some ice fairies. Those fairies usually live near the lake. I don't think they'll let us pass so easily. From what you've said, it seems like you've been prepared for this." Maynard turned around to look at him. Brando nodded. Although his instincts as a player had deteriorated a lot, he would never forget some basic things. For example, he would never forget the detailed investigation and thorough preparation before carrying out a mission. Even if he couldn't find the river of magic in the forest, he had actually prepared some substitute items before meeting up with Maynard. Some magic items similar to the white deer statue could also simulate dark detection abilities, but the effect wouldn't be as good as someone with experience. "But let's try it first," he replied after thinking for a moment. Maynard pulled out her sword. "Do you want to do it, or should I?" "I'll do it," Brando replied. The ice fairies were level 32 creatures. Although they were still a bit weaker than Maynard, they obviously weren't alone. Plus, the lake was their main battlefield. With that, he lifted the Halran Gaia and slowly stepped into the lake. Just as Maynard said, the lake was very shallow. Most parts of the lake only reached his knees. Although the lake wasn't small, it looked like there was only a shallow surface. In the real world, a scene like this could only be seen in swamps and wetlands. But Wone itself was a world bound by laws, so Brando wasn't surprised to see such a strange scene. It was like if you had seen a river burning with flames, you wouldn't be surprised to see a shallow lake. But Brando had only walked about 20 or 30 meters, and was about 2/3 of the way to the other side of the lake, when he suddenly felt that something was wrong. He lowered his head and saw that the water around him was moving without wind, forming layers of water ripples. What a good way to treat a guest. Brando couldn't help but mutter to himself. He immediately recognized the prelude to a spell, summon water elemental. Reality confirmed his thoughts. The layers of surging ripples seemed to suddenly become violent. In the blink of an eye, a water hill was formed on the surface of the water. Then, with a loud bang, the gathered lake water seemed to have collapsed. A huge giant made purely of lake water rose from the splash. This thing's temper didn't seem to have inherited the gentleness of water. Instead, it was very irritable. It directly threw a water ball at Brando. When Brando saw the diameter of the water ball, he couldn't help but curse in his heart. It was a huge water ball with a diameter of more than 30 meters. Of course, this thing wasn't enough to cause him any harm, but Brando didn't know what those damn ice spirits were going to do next. Once he was hit by this water ball, the ice spirits would definitely use their best ice magic to freeze him in the middle. That scene was like a fly frozen in amber. Brando had seen such a shameless tactic in the game with his own eyes. But what made him even more frustrated was that the originally calm lake started to rise and fall. One after another, water elemental beasts rose from the lake. Looking at it, there were more than 100 of them. F***CK. Brando knew that at least half of these damn water elemental beasts were mirror images. Because it was also a classic water magic, but now he didn't have time to distinguish which ones were real and which ones were fake. Because he didn't want to become a piece of frozen pork. He only took one last look at the direction of the lake and didn't have the slightest intention of continuing to walk in. Martha above, who knew how many ice spirits there were on that island. Such a large area of effect spell wasn't something that could be caused by 100 or 200 ice spirits. Brando didn't even think, he turned around and shouted at Maynard, "Run." P.S. Today's 3rd chapter is here. It's a little late. I don't know if the last chapter can be updated before 12 o'clock. But forget it, it doesn't matter. Also, a lot of people are asking me who is the Witch King between the Roman and Micaiah. This question made me break out in cold sweat. Isn't this question very simple? The Roman became the Witch King in this world because of Brando, but in the game, Micaiah is the queen in the game. Also, continue to ask for monthly votes, recommendations, and all kinds of votes. You know, it's the end of the month, don't think about it anymore. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidien. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 711. It was as if the water elemental had lifted the entire lake into the air, smashing towards Brando and Maynard, who was by the lakeshore. A transparent wall of water poured down from the sky, forming a waterfall. When the water hit the ground, it shattered into white clouds, shooting out countless sharp arrows. Brando had already leapt onto the lakeshore. He turned around and ran with Maynard. The flood, which was taller than a person, chased closely behind them, flooding the cedar forest. With a series of cracking sounds, it uprooted the tall ice elemental trees and swept them into the whirlpool. The white waves quickly pushed forward with countless driftwood, but they were always one step behind Brando and Maynard. Many frost demons in the forest who couldn't escape in time were swept into the water. The wall of water pushed forward for about 100 meters before gradually calming down. Then, it began to retreat and seep into the soil. Brando and Maynard ran to a mound. Only then did they heave a sigh of relief. When they turned around, they saw that the forest had completely changed. Countless pieces of ice floated in the retreating muddy water. They couldn't help but click their tongues. These ice spirits really didn't show any mercy to their own kind. Just how many ice spirits are there in the forest? Maynard looked at the lake. The lake, which had shrunk by a third, was full of water elemental. Brando was a little speechless. Summon Water Elemental was a sixth circle spell. The summoned water elementals were all level, 37 Silver Peak elemental creatures. Their strength was almost on par with Maynard. Because they were elemental creatures, their combat strength might even be stronger. As mid-silver level ice spirits, they didn't have the ability to cast such a spell alone. They could only cast it in a circular sequence. Summoning a water elemental required the power of at least 10 ice spirits. Coupled with the mirror image spell, there were probably hundreds or thousands of ice spirits in the Rime forest. Should we fight our way through? Maynard turned to look at him. No need. Of course, it was not impossible to fight their way through, but they would have to pay a huge price. They were facing hundreds of ice fairies, and he and Maynard, one of them was an elemental awakener, and the other had just stepped into the gold realm. The key was that the two of them were swordsmen, and they did not even have a teammate who could cast spells. Brando began to regret not bringing the Shire and Hipamra along. At the same time, he took out a small jar from the dimensional space. Honey? When Maynard saw the clay jar, she immediately recognized that it was the honey that Brando had asked the innkeeper to purchase earlier. Fairies have a special liking for pollen and honey. It's recorded in many documents, Brando answered as he pulled out the stopper on the jar and placed it on the ground. Maynard stared at him suspiciously. You think you can solve the problem just like that? Of course not, Brando replied. We're still here. They're not that stupid. Then why are you still doing these boring things? I mean, of course we can't do it here, but we just have to hide behind a tree. Brando smiled at her. Maynard turned back and looked at him silently. Mr. Brando, now is not the time to joke. You really forgot all about it? Brando stopped, slightly surprised. What? Come with me. Brando turned back and saw a cedar tree not far behind him. He gestured to Maynard, then turned sideways and hid behind the cedar tree. The female knight looked at this scene with some confusion, but she hesitated for a moment and followed. The two of them hid behind the pine tree and stared outside. Maynard frowned. She couldn't believe that Brando's clumsy plan would succeed. Anyone with a little intelligence would know that this was a trap. However, not long after, a small dot of light flew out from the surface of the lake. It looked a little like the light spirit she had seen in Trondheim, but it was smaller and had two pairs of fey wings as thin as a cicada's. She slowly flew over and landed next to the honey jar. She put her hands on the edge of the jar, raised her head and sniffed with her small nose. Her face quickly showed a look of surprise. Then Maynard saw a ball of light rise from her hand. She opened her palm, moved forward, and threw the ball of light into the jar. What is she doing? She frowned and asked. That's fairy magic. She's testing for poison. Brando replied softly. He looked back at Maynard and said, You really have forgotten a lot of things. My dream is originally fragmented. I can only remember some important outlines. I can't even tell the time before and after. Some details are often lost before I wake up. The female knight replied quietly, Sometimes, I have to use my waking time to read some information to make up for the knowledge in my dream. She was silent for a moment and said, But in fact, I don't like it when you ask me such questions. Because this is not my intention. It makes me feel like a puppet controlled by an invisible force. I only know how to live according to everything in my dream. Brando's eyes stopped on her. The female knight had some contradictions, and so did he. On the one hand, he hoped that the person in front of him was Allium Japonicum. On the other hand, he also understood that this kind of understanding was indeed very painful for Maynard. If she could not accept the existence of Allium Japonicum in her dream, she would always feel that she was troubled by another soul. But he suddenly thought of a question and asked, Do you hate Madara? This question made Maynard tremble slightly. She looked up, and Brando clearly saw that her pupils seemed to have shrunk because of fear. She looked at him with some fear and showed her white teeth as if she was going to bite off the topic. Don't ask me this question. Brando was slightly stunned because he saw Maynard's hand trembling slightly. What's going on? He frowned. But a new situation in his field of vision interrupted his thoughts. When the fairy threw the light ball into the honey jar, the jar immediately radiated a golden light. The fairy's face immediately showed a look of surprise. She stood on her tiptoes, put her hand into the jar, and scooped up some sticky honey. Then she stuck out her tongue and licked it, and put her whole finger into her mouth. When she pulled it out, there was a long silver thread. The fairy smacked her lips, and her eyes narrowed into a line. Then she simply sat down and leaned against the jar, and put all 5 fingers into her mouth one by one to suck. Maynard was dumbfounded. Don't they have any sense of vigilance? Probably a little, otherwise they wouldn't use magic to test for poison. But that's all. Fairies are very greedy, playful, and curious creatures. Brando couldn't help but laugh when he saw this scene. Fairies were famous for being cute in the game, and he didn't expect it to be the same in this world. Ms. Tanya isn't like them. That's because Aunt Tanya has received a strict education and has a lot of human knowledge, but she also can't suppress her curiosity. The nature of a race is only one aspect, not to mention that there are many differences between different fairies. Is Ms. Tanya part of the fairies? She is a descendant of the light race, a close relative of the light spirits, the light fairies. The light fairies were the servant race of the Buga wizards before the saints, but now their status is higher than before. Brando added, and the ice fairies are the stupidest race here, they're coming. Following Brando's words, in the frost forest above the lake, countless large and small balls of light rose, at least hundreds of them. When Maynard saw this scene, she couldn't help but sigh. It was a miracle that this race hadn't gone extinct yet. But in fact, fairies also had their own way of survival. For example, the fairy from before was a scout sent by them, and the advantage of being a scout was that they had the priority to eat the honey. But once they sensed that there was no danger, these fairies, big and small, would swarm out in full force. Let's go, this place is going to become a battlefield in a while. Brando said. Battlefield? The female knight was a little puzzled. But as if to prove Brando's words, hundreds of fairies quickly fought over the honey, but the battle between them was very much like a child's play. The female knight even saw a fairy grab a ball of mud from the ground and throw it at its companion's face. This was simply inconceivable. But the fairies were fighting, and naturally no one paid attention to Brando and Maynard who were hiding behind the tree. The two quickly bypassed these little guys who were fighting over the honey, and then walked to the center of the lake. Because the fairies had all come out, the water elements on the lake had already dissipated. The two waded across the entire lake without encountering any obstacles, and soon saw the lakeside where the frost forest was located. The whole process was so smooth that Maynard was a little incredulous. Walking out of the water, Maynard frowned as she wrung the water on her pants dry, then she looked up and asked, since you already knew that the honey had such an effect, why didn't you use it earlier? Honey is a rare food in this place, if I don't have to use it, I can make honey candy. Traveling in the stained frost forest is very boring and depressing, desserts can make a lady feel better, and Scarlet also likes honey. Brando sighed in relief. She looked at him, I didn't know you were so attentive. I'm just more experienced when it comes to adventuring. Speaking of the experience of the previous life, Maynard fell silent. But after a while, Brando heard her calmly say, I also like honey. He turned back, and the female knight had already sheathed her sword and walked past him into the forest. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidien. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 712. Kacha, Kacha. Brando and Maynard walked slowly through the crystal forest. The frozen branches turned into dancing snow under their leather boots. The two of them looked up at the strange forest. The snow-white world seemed to have turned into a palace of ice. Darkness seeped out from between the trees, swallowing all sound and leaving only dead silence. It seems a little strange. Brando stared at the withered forest. The white mist he exhaled quickly dissipated into the air. I can't feel any signs of life. This is a dead forest. Did it freeze to death? Maynard pressed a hand on her sword and looked around cautiously as usual. This is the legendary Tree of Fog, the fantasy forest that coexisted with the crystal stag. How could it freeze to death? Brando raised his hands and blew into his palms, rubbing them together. The mission isn't that simple. Let's be careful. Maynard's face was cold. She pulled her sword out of the scabbard with a clang. But Brando turned around and pressed her hand down. Don't be in a hurry to show hostility. In a place like this, be careful of being attacked by dark magic, but the female knight gently pushed his hand away and slowly pulled out her sword. She answered, "Don't worry. I can feel the flow of dark magic." Brando watched her pull out her sword. You can feel the flow of dark magic? Maynard was expressionless. Everyone has some special ability. Magic is tangible in my eyes. It's all over this world and is restrained by an invisible force. That's the law. Brando took a deep breath. Son of the Moon, your talent is better than Senior Allium Japonicum's. It's a pity that you didn't choose the path of a wizard. The dragon magic that shapes magic is practically tailor-made for you. The female knight pulled back her sword with a clang and pointed the cold tip at his neck. I've said it before. I'm me and she's her. I don't want you to talk about this with me again. I hope you can learn to respect others a little. With that, she slowly sheathed her sword. A light buzzing sound was heard, and a wisp of ripples appeared on the blade of the sword. It seemed as if an invisible air current was revolving around the sword. Brando was slightly startled upon seeing this. The aura surrounding the sword was clearly the flow of dark magic, black swordsman. He couldn't help but take a deep look at Maynard. I'm sorry, he answered. But Maynard had already turned around and walked ahead. Brando saw the female knight's straight figure in the snow. Her unique stubbornness and pride were hidden in her bones. He thought for a moment, then quickly followed. He didn't expect Maynard to have the ability to see the flow of dark magic. Child of the Moon, a bloodline ability second only to Blue Calamity. No wonder she dared to say she could find the crystal stag. The flow of dark magic was tangible in her eyes. The river of magic in the forest was like a real river to her. The two of them walked slowly in the forest for a while, passing through the deathly still forest paths. The rime forest wasn't very big, but it gave Brando a very strange feeling. Because he had Firefly with him, he also had the dark detection attribute. But for some reason, he always felt that the magic in the forest was sometimes strong and sometimes weak. It was erratic. Finally, he opened his mouth and asked, "Which direction do you feel the magic flowing in?" "I don't know." Maynard's answer was very simple. "What?" Brando thought the female knight was joking, but when he turned around, he saw Maynard's serious face. The magic in this forest seems to have completely disappeared, but it's not the kind of dead silence. It seems like it once flowed through these withered paths. The female knight pointed at the paths in the forest. But now, there are only withered traces left. What, you're saying that the magic in this forest is drying up, or has already dried up? Brando looked at Maynard in disbelief. Wond was a world of magic. Every blade of grass and every tree in this world wasn't made of atoms or other finer substances. For the world under Martha's Tiamat law, its foundation was built on the four elements: fire, water, wind, earth. As for light and darkness, they weren't elements themselves. They were just a manifestation of energy. The four elf kings followed their agreement with Martha and continued to build the Wond's Edge at the borders of the world. The entire world was built on this foundation. But below the elements, the world of Wond had another source of power, dark magic. Whether it was the elements or the law, they were just the bricks and blueprints of this world. But the foundation of the entire world was magic. Without magic, this world wouldn't exist, or it would be dead. Just like this forest, it would wither and die, eventually turning into dust. But this assumption didn't exist, because the entire world floated on the sea of magic. Magic filled every part of the world, and there was absolutely no natural black hole area. Unless there was some man-made reason. Brando thought of this and suddenly reacted. Wait, you mean there's something in the center of the forest? He narrowed his eyes, picked up the scabbard of Halran Gaia, and then pulled out the dark blade. But at this moment, a pile of ice chips suddenly fell from the tree trunk above them. Brando was slightly startled and subconsciously raised his head vigilantly. Then he saw an ice fairy about 2 or 3 inches tall with 2 pairs of ice crystal wings standing there, looking at them with the same vigilant expression. Who are you? Stop right now. The fairy girl stood on the tree trunk and shouted at them in a righteous tone. Who are you? Brando was stunned. He didn't expect there to be a fairy in the forest. This was different from what the strategy guide said. Aren't you going to go grab the honey? The fairy girl looked visibly shaken, but she quickly wiped her mouth. I'm different from those idiots. I'm a guard of the Forbidden Land. Guarding this place is my promise to Master Malurcha. I won't be shaken by a little benefit. Interesting. Brando couldn't help but be interested. He'd never seen such a special fairy before. You mean, you won't let us in? Of course. The fairy girl jumped down from the tree and floated not far in front of the two of them. She patted her small chest and answered with a serious expression, Listen up, unless you step over my dead body, I won't let you in. Everyone has to be responsible for their words. Before Brando could speak, Maynard had already raised her long sword with a click. She took a step back and lowered her center of gravity. She was already in a military swordsmanship stance. Since that's the case, let's use our swords to speak. Wait. Brando didn't want to make a move right off the bat. This situation that was different from what was in the strategy guide could only mean that there might be more to this mission. But just as he was about to press down on Maynard's shoulder, the female knight was more decisive than Brando thought. Her figure flashed and she was already shooting an arrow at the little fairy, making Brando grab empty air. Maynard. Ah. The fairy girl was also shocked by Maynard's staunchness. But she quickly raised both her hands and chanted in a shrill voice, Azure Dragon, grant me the blade of dismemberment. She pointed forward, and 3 circular circles with a diameter of nearly 2 meters appeared behind her. The 3 runes Vir, Or, and Amim flashed on the circles one after another. It was a high-level spell. Brando was shocked. This was no ordinary ice fairy, it was a fairy summoner. A large number of shards of blue ice crystals that were as bright as blades appeared behind the fairy and hung in the air. Attack, Blizzard. Maynard, come back. A gust of wind swept out from behind the fairy girl, forming a terrible ice crystal storm in the direction of her outstretched hand. Countless blade-like ice shards spun in front of her face, breaking countless trees with a whoosh. Maynard was almost instantly caught in the gust of wind. Normal people would choose to protect themselves and temporarily avoid danger in such a situation, but the female knight had her own staunchness. She clenched her teeth and crossed her arms in front of her. With a crash, the flying snowflakes immediately froze into a thick layer of icicles. At the same time, the flying ice crystals instantly cut her arms and flew backwards, leaving behind a long trail of blood. The arrow and military uniform on Maynard's arms were torn into countless strips of cloth. But she still moved forward, stomping heavily on the snow and then leaping forward like an arrow. At that moment, the fairy girl could not help but widen her eyes because she had already seen Maynard in front of her. The female knight gritted her teeth, the burning fighting spirit in her eyes was so hot that it was almost about to spit fire. Her black hair fluttering wildly in the wind, Maynard separated her almost frozen arms and then punched the fairy girl, sending her flying like a meteor. Brando watched dumbfounded as the fairy flew out and hit the snow on the ground. Like a ball of yarn, she bounced and rolled on the ground a few times before coming to a stop. Whoa, it hurts, Mommy, the fairy girl groaned in pain. She was actually beaten to tears. She got up and sat on the ground, wailing loudly. Her crying was so miserable that Brando, who was watching from the side, felt a little embarrassed. But when he turned his head to look at Maynard, he saw the woman who looked like a senior coldly wiping her hand on her arm. The icicles that were almost frozen to her skin fell with a splash of blood. Brando could not help but hiss softly in his heart. He did not know whether this woman could feel pain or not, but he felt a little pain just by looking at her. Okay, let's continue. Maynard looked up and said to Brando. Don't tell me you're venting all your anger at me on her? Brando could not help but ask. The female knight stopped, looked at him, and replied indifferently, I'm not as bored as you. With that, she put away her sword and continued to walk forward. But it was at this time that the fairy girl, who was still crying sadly, got up from the ground again. While sobbing, she raised her hands with a bruised nose and swollen face. I said, you're not allowed to go over. She whimpered in reply. Brando and Maynard stopped in their tracks and looked at this strange fairy. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidien. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 713. What's going on? Brando pursed his lips and grabbed Maynard, who was about to step forward. He suddenly calmed down and felt that he had grasped something. He whispered, wait a minute. Ice fairies are a very timid species. They have always been insulated from battle. At most, they would dare to use spells to play tricks on adventurers from afar. That's strange. The female knight struggled a little, but when she heard Brando's words, she stepped on the snow and could not help but stop. She looked up and stared at the fairy girl on the ground with some suspicion. Nonsense. Nonsense. The fairy girl grimaced in pain, but she still used her small hands to cover her swollen cheeks. She stammered as she jumped up and shouted, we are not timid. We will fight to the end to protect our home. Protect your home? Brando seemed to smell something in the air. He narrowed his eyes and gently placed Halran Gaia on the ground. Little one, you seem to be hiding some secret, I won't tell you. You didn't say no, but you said you won't tell me. That means there is indeed a secret, you. The fairy was obviously angry. She stretched out her hands and shouted, I am the daughter of the North Wind, the sleeping dragon Calatris. 7 huge circles spread out with her palms as the center. As if accompanied by a low beast-like growl, an icicle pierced out from the center of the circle and refracted in mid-air towards Brando. 7-circle ice elemental spell. The sleeping dragon Calatris was the famous king of ice dragons. A spell created with its name would naturally not be simple. However, Brando did not even blink. He seemed to be motionless, waiting for the moment before the ice dragon hit him. He raised his left hand and grabbed the dragon's head. Then, with a gentle tug, the spell was directly torn to pieces. Ah, the fairy girl stared dumbfounded at the scene of ice shards flying all over the sky. She couldn't help but open her mouth slightly. She probably never dreamed that someone could break a spell into its most primitive state with their bare hands. This simply overturned everything she knew. Your magic is useless against me, little one. Brendel rubbed his left hand, and the ice shards in his palm turned into snow and fell to the ground. All right, I let you attack once. Out of courtesy, now it's your turn to answer my question. Let me ask you, what's going on with the magic in this forest? But the fairy girl's face immediately paled. She looked at Brando in shock. How did you know? Her expression made Maynard beside her shake her head. She was indeed an idiot. All right, I also know that Lord Malurcha is the protector of this forest, the crystal. On. At that moment, he felt as if something was spying on him, to eat. Of course not. This answer was a little funny, but Brando couldn't laugh. For some reason, he suddenly felt a certain aura in the air become active. But it wasn't the fluctuation of magic. It was the blood of God in his body that was restless. He felt a little anxious. I just want to know what's going on in this forest. I won't tell you. Her answer was resolute and decisive. That's okay. Let me guess. This has something to do with the Lord Malurcha you speak of. Be careful. Brando suddenly turned his head and pushed Maynard away. A black shadow flew between the two of them and crashed into the tree of fog on the other side of the path. With a series of cracking sounds, countless crystallized trees snapped, allowing that thing to open a path through the dense forest. This speed. Brando sucked in a breath of cold air. He realized that even with his perception, he couldn't capture the other's movements. If it wasn't for the blood of God suddenly throbbing, allowing him to react in the nick of time and push Maynard away. Otherwise, the female knight would probably have been seriously injured by now. But what exactly was that thing? The crystal stag couldn't possibly have this kind of speed. Before this, he'd only seen this kind of speed on beings at the level of Nicholas and Veronica and above. At this time, Maynard also climbed up from the ground. She shook off the ice shards on her body and looked in that direction with the same cautious expression. Rustling sounds came from the pitch-black forest. Then Brando saw a pair of snow-white hooves, then long antlers, and then a pair of crimson eyes. That definitely wasn't the crystal stag. Brando's impression of the crystal stag was noble and elegant, the most beautiful creature in the stained frost forest. It was called the crystal stag because its entire body was snow-white. The crystallized bone plates on its shoulders, legs, antlers, and back made it look like a beautiful creature carved out of crystal. But right now, Brando couldn't believe his eyes. The creature he saw really did look like a deer. But half of its head, back, and legs were dripping with black liquid. The crystal bone plates had long been damaged beyond repair. Some pitch-black smoke was rising from the wounds all over its body. The most terrifying thing was its pair of crimson eyes. There wasn't a trace of a normal beast's expression in them, only endless rage and desire. The monster faced Brando and stared at him, breathing heavily from its nostrils. Brando couldn't help but frown because at that moment, he heard a low voice say to him in his head, "Get out. Get out, human. This is demonization. How can it be so heavily tainted by magic?" Brando was stunned. This was no longer the crystal stag, but a monster completely controlled by dark magic. The disgusting black smoke that flowed around its body was actually a substantial amount of dark magic. "Human, get out. Master Malurcha." At that moment, the fairy girl on the side suddenly screamed. She flew towards the monster anxiously, but as soon as she took off, Brando suddenly rushed to her side and knocked her down with a swing of his sword. Brando put down Halran Gaya's wide blade and stopped her. He said coldly, "If you don't want to die, stay here." "I don't believe you, human," the fairy girl said loudly. Then she climbed up and tried to flap her wings and fly again. This time, Brando didn't have time to waste with her. He turned around and slapped her into the snow with the back of his sword. Then he said to Maynard, "Hold her down. I'll deal with this monster." "No!" the fairy girl screamed. However, her protest was destined to be futile because Maynard had already grabbed her off the ground. "Ah, you bad woman, let go of me. I won't allow you to hurt Master Malurcha," the little fairy immediately screamed. Maynard glanced in Brando's direction, then turned back. "Brando won't hurt your Master Malurcha. Don't worry." The fairy girl immediately replied unhappily, "I don't believe you humans." The female knight lowered her head and glanced at the little thing. She thought for a moment, then suddenly opened her pocket and took out a candy the size of a bean. Then she stuffed it into the fairy girl's mouth. "You and us. Wah, what is this? Wah." The little fairy's chattering screams suddenly quieted down. At the same time, Brando turned his head and saw that the monster seemed to be ready to attack. It circled around him in a semicircle, then lowered its head and rubbed its hooves lightly on the ground. Its nostrils were also puffing out white mist. Brando became a little more serious and also raised Halran Gaia. Get out of here, human. Is that all you know? Oh. Before Brando could finish speaking, he felt a great force suddenly come out of the sword. There was a loud noise. He didn't even see the stag Malurcha's movements clearly before the other's horn was already pressed against the blade of Halran Gaia. It was as if it had been there all along. This is the spatial element? Brando was slightly shocked. He hurriedly used both hands to support Halran Gaia. The blade of Halran Gaia was completely bent toward the center under the great pressure. It made a creaking sound as if it couldn't bear the weight. That's not right, he denied this thought. Because the stag Malurcha suddenly raised its head high, and its horn collided heavily with the long sword again. The sword sank slightly, and Brando almost lost his grip. This was the stabilized ground. Brando narrowed his eyes slightly. He had already thought of the other's source of power. The power of chaos. This crystal stag actually possessed an extremely strong power of chaos. He couldn't help but be secretly shocked. This was complete demonization. To demonize to this extent, what kind of thing had this guy done to anger the heavens and the people? But it was at this moment that Malurcha suddenly tilted its head. There was a series of creaking sounds from Halran Gaia in Brando's hand. Luckily, he had the immortal element. Otherwise, he would have doubted whether this sword would be able to hold out past the next moment. In front of him, the monster's blood-red eyes flashed. A low voice rang out in his mind. Let go of her, human. Let go of her. Brando paused, then realized that the monster was actually talking about the little fairy in Maynard's hands. So you still have some sense, he struggled with some difficulty. He answered with some difficulty. This damned crystal stag's strength was unimaginably great. Right, the guardian of the Holy Seal Valley, crack. A sharp noise was heard. The stag Malurcha turned its head and forcefully flicked the sword in Brando's hand away. Then it took a step back and flashed forward. Its enormous figure appeared in front, behind, to the left, and to the right of Brando at the same time. Clang, 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 clang. 4 swords. Brando blocked the stag Malurcha's 4 attacks in a row. The 4 figures of Brando disappeared one by one in a flurry of dancing snowflakes. Human, let go of her and get out of here. The voice in his head had become more and more severe. It seemed to carry some kind of warning. F***CK. Brando shook his hand with all his might. Although he had used the 9 luminaries sword art to block those 4 swords, the stag Malurcha's power was too terrifying. After Malurcha's attack failed, it immediately retreated. Then it raised its head and looked at him cautiously. It looks like your sense is also intermittent. Brando gritted his teeth and couldn't help but ask, Guardian of the Holy Seal Valley, hurry up and tell me what happened here. The magic in the Rime Forest is fading. This must have something to do with you, right? But before he could finish speaking, the stag Malurcha's figure flashed. Oh no. Brando was shocked. He hurriedly pulled back his sword and tried to block the other's corner. Never in his wildest dreams would he have thought that this monster could actually accelerate. A sharp sound, like glass shattering, pierced the dead silence of the forest like a whistle. Brando raised his head in a daze and saw the Halran Gaia in his hand spinning out of his hand. A sword saint. He couldn't even hold his own sword. Brando couldn't believe what he was seeing. Flames of anger immediately ignited in his heart. He turned his head and stared at the monster that had once again retreated in front of him. Fine, since you want to play like this. The Count of Tonagel clenched his hand. I will accompany you to the end, poof. A ball of black flames spread out from his palm. Alphonse, the dragon of fury, fanaticism. With a roar, countless ice shards were blown away by the air currents with Brando as the center. P.S. This is the last update of the month. Starting from the 15th, I basically guarantee that I will write 10,000 words a day every day. Everyone can see that. I wrote about 180,000 words in total this month, far exceeding my previous speed of 120,000 words a month. Even if I include the outburst I owed you last month, it's still far more than that. At this point, I can basically say that I did what I said I would and made up for all that I owed you before. So, today, I can act cute and ask for monthly votes with a clear conscience, right? Then please continue to look forward to next month's update. I will keep it up as always. At the same time, I hope that everyone will continue to support me as always. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidien.com to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 7:15. The Power of the War Dragon. Malurcha seemed to have sensed the change in Brando's body. An instinct for danger made it alert. It resumed its attacking stance, lowering its head and scratching the ground with its hooves. Puffs of white smoke came out of its nose. Then it kicked off with its hind hooves and shot out like an arrow. It suddenly left everyone's field of vision, as if it had disappeared into thin air. But Brando was an exception. He reached out his hands, bang. The scene seemed to freeze. Malurcha crashed into Brando's hands like it had hit a wall and stopped dead in its tracks. With a loud bang, the wind it brought with it caused the air to expand. It lifted the corners of Brando's clothes and the long hair in front of his forehead, sweeping past him. Brando slid back a few steps before he could completely dissipate the force. But at least it was no longer a one-sided suppression. He could fight. His hands changed from blocking to grasping, tightly grasping the other's horns. You think I only know how to use a sword? Brando bared his white teeth. Twisting his hands, he roared and threw Malurcha to the ground. Boom! The previously unstoppable demonized crystal stag fell to the snow-covered ground of the forest like a meteorite. Accompanied by the fairy's shriek, a handful of snowflakes flew high into the air. Then, it dragged a deep trench in the snow, revealing the grayish-black soil underneath due to the exhaustion of magic power. Roar! It let out a pained cry and crawled up from the ground with its 4 hooves. It twisted its neck in Brando's direction and slashed with its long horn. 3 overlapping translucent ripples swept across the dozen or so meters towards Brando. Sickle Horn, one of the crystal stag's basic attacks. But the original compressed air blade had been strengthened into a triple strike after demonization. This type of attack was the nemesis of knights with shields. Only the best knight players could perfectly nullify it, but it was nothing to Brando. He rolled backwards like a fish, letting the 3 air blades hit the snowy ground one after another, leaving behind 3 incisions that were nearly a meter long and half a meter deep. Brendel landed beside Halran Gaia that was stuck in the snow and pulled it out from the ground with a flip of his hand. Failing to hit its target, the stag Malurcha immediately raised its upper body and lifted its front hooves off the ground. Earthquake. When Brando saw this move, he couldn't help but want to kill someone. This was one of the ultimate moves that heavy cloven-hoofed creatures had to have, but the crystal stag was definitely not a heavy cloven-hoofed creature in wound. At most, it was a large creature, and this wasn't a skill that it should have, but now it had been added because of its demonization. But whether he liked it or not, Malurcha stomped his hooves down heavily. With a loud bang, Brando saw that the map it had stepped on instantly caved in. Then, a visible ripple spread in all directions, followed by another, and then a third. Because he wasn't prepared beforehand, Brando had to rely on his own reflexes to dodge the shockwave. He pushed off with his hands and leaped high into the air, trying to approach Malurcha from the air. But as soon as he left the ground, he saw the crystal stag swing its head in his direction. The 3 air blades seemed to be in front of him in an instant. What the hell? Brando knew this guy would play this trick on him, so he hurriedly pulled out Halran Gaia to block it. Then, he was sent flying by the terrifying force. Like a shooting star, he crashed into a tree of fog not far away, shattering the crystallized arbor into pieces. Then, the 3 shockwaves that shook the ground arrived first, throwing him 3 times in a row and throwing him hard onto the ground. Brando was so depressed that he almost spat blood. With his strength and experience, it would have been easy for him to deal with a crystal stag, but he didn't expect it to be a demonized one. Demonized creatures had many skills and were the natural enemy of players like him, who relied on experience. He spat out a few mouthfuls of snow and dirt and got up, but Malurcha clearly didn't plan on letting him go. After losing in close combat, the stag seemed to have fallen in love with long-range attacks. It swung its long horn, and 3 air blades that were perpendicular to the ground flew towards Brando. The 3 air blades plowed through the ground like claws, kicking up ice and dirt in their path and leaving 3 deep claw marks. Not far away, Maynard, who was holding down the fairy girl, saw this scene and couldn't help but frown slightly. But when she looked down at the little captive in her hands, she found that the latter had a worried expression. "It seems like you're worried about something," she asked. The fairy girl trembled and quickly put on a straight face. No, if that's the case, this crystal stag's demonization isn't without a price. It's draining its life force, isn't it?" Maynard thought for a moment and seemed to understand the connection. No. You don't need to answer, little guy. She raised her head and said to Brando, stall for time, it can't hold on for much longer. Despicable, the little fairy shrieked. But Brando didn't want to stall for time at all, even though he could see that something was wrong with the stag. The black smoke around it seemed to be getting thicker and thicker. He suddenly realized that the stag was suppressing its demonization. If that was the case, then it would be easy to deal with. Seeing the 3 air blades fly forward, Brando flicked the Halran Gaia upwards. Rise up, Earth's resonance. With a cracking sound, a row of sharp rocks stretched out from the ground like fangs, blocking the front of the horn side's air blades. The translucent ripples swept through the forest path with a whoosh, but when they hit the rocks, they shattered into pieces along with the hard rocks. A cloud of dust and debris exploded. The demonized crystal stag Malurcha raised its head in confusion because it realized that it had lost track of its opponent. Until an explosive shout sounded above its head. "Where are you looking, little dear?" Malurcha instinctively raised its head, but all it saw was a white light falling from the sky, slashing towards the center of its head. "Flash strike sword art, don't!" The young fairy screamed shrilly. She couldn't help but close her eyes, afraid to see blood splatter. But the scene she imagined didn't happen. Because a black veil of light suddenly appeared on Malurcha's head. Brando's Halran Gaia slashed at the black veil of light and then bounced back. Brando paused slightly and stepped back. Then he saw that the demonized crystal stag's head was only left with a faint line of blood. The Shield of Chaos was a common skill that most powerful demonized creatures had. It consumed dark magic at the cost of negating most types of attacks. Except for holy attacks. Damned demonized state. Brando couldn't help but curse in his heart. Then he immediately saw the line of blood on Malurcha's head close in an instant, gradually disappearing, and then turning into a faint mark. This was the elemental power that the crystal stag should have, the healing power that came from the water element. But after Malurcha used this power, the dark color on its body deepened. Brando saw this and stopped. "If you keep fighting with me, you won't be able to suppress the dark magic on your body. You want to protect this forest, don't you? You want to protect those stupid little fairies. But if you keep going like this, you'll become a mindless monster." He spoke gently and looked at the other with some concern, trying to establish communication with the other in this way. The demonized Malurcha shook its head, but the blood red in its eyes immediately grew brighter. "Get out, human. Get out of here, this isn't a place you should be." The roar in the soul swept through the spiritual world of everyone present. "How stubborn." Brando frowned and had to raise his sword. "Let me go," sob. Maynard suddenly saw the fairy girl she was holding down begin to sob. Her eyes glistened with tears and soon, large teardrops began to roll down. Sob, we don't want this place anymore. Let's move, Master Malurcha. Let's find another magic forest, sob. Brando heard the fairy girl's sobs and his heart skipped a beat. He felt like he had grasped the general idea of what was going on, but it also seemed like he was wrong. He stared at the demonized crystal stag that had gone crazy and tried one last time. Malurcha, we're not here to make trouble for you. Wake up, we might be able to help you, but the other only used one word to answer him, get out. Damn it. Brando saw the black flames on Malurcha's body ignite again as it charged towards him. The crystal stag's charge inherited the characteristics of four-legged animals, which was that it was much more imposing than the charge of humans. This was one of the skills it was originally good at. But the better it was at it, the more familiar Brando was with it. He dodged to the side and then held his sword with both hands. He rounded his arms and slashed at the antlers of the demonized crystal stag. There was an ear-piercing sound like metal clashing together. Malurcha's head and Brando's sword both moved to the side. The demonized crystal stag immediately stopped in its tracks and slammed on the brakes. It turned its head and launched a close-range attack with its sickle horn. But Brando had anticipated this and laid down on his back. He knew that the crystal stag's next attack was a back kick. He decisively rolled away from the other side. As expected, Malurcha used its hind hooves to stab at him, but it missed. Now, it's my time. Once he got close, Brando's terrifying sword skills and rich battle experience began to come into play. Malurcha immediately realized that it seemed to have fallen into a large net. It hadn't even prepared to attack, but Brando had already prepared a full set of counterattacks for it. Sliver's invention of attacking the blind spot from the back. Kun's discovery of weak points at the back of the neck and shoulder blades under the horns. Lai Yan's swaying left and right tactics. These tactics tailor-made for the crystal stag had come to this world over a span of tens or even hundreds of years in the game. As the first demonized crystal stag to enjoy the full set of these tactics, Malurcha finally understood what it meant to be a cheat. Finally, with a loud bang, the Halran Gaia hit the side of its neck heavily. Although there was a flash of black light, it was still swept away. The flesh on its neck curled up and blue blood flowed out in a pool. The blood dripped onto the ground and immediately formed crystallized blood as beautiful as sapphires. The fairy girl's crying stopped abruptly. She opened her mouth slightly and looked at the scene with a pale face. It was as if she was about to die. Malurcha's four hooves struggled futilely in the snow. But the continuous battle and the suppression of the dark magic had already used up too much of its strength. It cried out angrily, but couldn't stand up. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidyan. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 7:16. The crystallized blood, glowing with a faint blue light, flashed on the snowy ground not far away. The young fairy girl in Maynard's hands hung her head like she was dead, her slender shoulders trembling slightly. In reality, the mission to get the crystallized blood could be finished now. But there was still a problem. Brando wasn't sure if the crystallized blood of the demonized creature counted. The strangeness of this forest also piqued his curiosity. He knew that there were some hidden missions in the Amber Sword game in the past. It was hard to say if this one counted, but there was no harm in trying. He looked at the demonized crystal stag struggling on the ground, a little confused. What exactly had happened to make it like this? As a creature born of magic, the crystal stag would rarely fall into depravity because of its obsession with dark magic. What was strange was that it seemed to be resisting the corrosion of dark magic, which meant that it wasn't falling of its own accord. But how could a sensitive magical creature be corrupted by dark magic? And that strange young fairy girl. Brando took a step forward. Anger and uneasiness will magnify the dark side thousands of times. If you continue like this, you'll only sink deeper and deeper. I can feel your resistance. Can you hear me? White steam came out of the stag's nostrils and it glared at Brando with blood-red eyes. Brando paused slightly. He wasn't a druid and didn't know how to comfort an animal. He didn't even have any relevant experience in his previous life. This gave him a headache. This crystal stag seemed to be a little rational, but it was also restless. He didn't understand why it was so restless. It didn't make sense. Even if a demonized creature was demonized, it would only become like the black wolves in the Black Forest, filled with hatred and murderous intent towards civilization. This hatred was cold and definitely not restless. But what he felt from Malucha was restlessness and anxiety. It seemed to be eager to chase them away. He hesitated and tried to put his hand on Malucha's neck. But at this moment, a murderous intent flashed through the demonized crystal stag's eyes. It seemed to have been waiting for this moment. Its head, which had been so weak it couldn't move, suddenly swiped. 3 layers of translucent ripples appeared in front of Brando's eyes in an instant. His pupils contracted slightly. The crystal stag's fatal weakness at the back of its neck under its horns was actually ineffective against the demonized wood deer. He had clearly calculated the opponent's HP earlier, so he didn't have any doubts when he saw Malucha fall. However, he didn't expect that the other party was also plotting against him. Brando's heart was pounding. The threat of death made his brain work thousands of times faster. At that moment, he suddenly realized that this demonized crystal stag might very well understand the difference between its power and its peers. Damn it! Brando cursed in his mind and slashed at Malucha. At the same time, he activated 9 luminaries sword art and blink in the opposite direction. The demonized crystal stag howled as it was sent flying, crashing into 3 crystallized trees of fog. But Brando wasn't any better. His figure faded layer by layer in the ripples of the sickle horn, but when he reappeared, there was a bloody wound on his cheek. The previous attack had been too close. "You bastard, don't think that my patience is limitless." Brando muttered in his mind, a little angry. After all, a hidden mission wasn't as important as his life. The previous attack had already made him feel deeply threatened. But he was only halfway through his sentence when he broke off. He saw Malucha stand up shakily. The wound on the stag's neck hadn't healed yet, and one of its legs was broken. It looked like all of its elemental power had been used to suppress the erosion of the darkness. In other words, it would be very difficult for it to use its healing power. But even so, the crystal stag was still shakily walking towards Brando and Maynard. Magic still lingered on its long horn, accumulating power for the next attack. It lowered its head, its red eyes flashing with the flames of anger. Its long horn was already pointed at Brando. Brando was a little dazed. In the Amber Sword, after transmigrating, he had experienced many battles, but not once had he faced a scene like this. The only time it was even close was around the outskirts of Riberg. In front of him was only a wild beast, but he vaguely felt like he was looking at the White Knight Ebden, half kneeling on the ground with a sword in his hand, but still with a proud heart. It was just an illusion coming from a wild beast. Those demonized creatures had no thoughts and only knew how to kill. Pain, death, and fear couldn't stop them from continuing to attack, just like the undead of Madara. But Brando knew that wasn't the case for the one in front of him. It was struggling, not because of the desire to kill, but because something he couldn't understand was supporting its battle. But what was it? "You want to protect this forest." The magic flames on Malucha's long horn flickered. "But we're not your enemy." The demonized crystal stag lowered its head, as if it hadn't heard him. Magic gathered on its long horn, and that point was already flickering. In the next moment, it would be able to release its sickle horn. But that didn't mean anything to Brando. In its current state, he only needed one strike to end the battle. Then he and Maynard would finish the mission and leave. The only pity was that they wouldn't be able to get the hidden mission. But Brando had one hand on his sword, and he found that he couldn't bring himself to do it. Was completing the mission just for the reward? It seemed so, but it also didn't seem so. "Say something, you bastard." "No." He heard the pitiful cry of the fairy girl. That race that had always been optimistic was crying helplessly at him. "Please let Master Malucha go." Brando hesitated. The magic gathering on Malucha's long horn was becoming more and more obvious. If it attacked, he had to fight back. The arrow was already knocked. If he didn't fight back, how could he take away the crystallized blood? But damn it, I'm not the one who wants to kill this damn thing. This crystal stag had gone completely crazy. But would it be able to withstand the next attack? Answer me. Damn it, what the hell is going on? Brando couldn't help but roar. Alright, since you chose this, he took a deep breath and raised his sword. That happened in an instant. Malurcha's eyes were blood red, as if it couldn't feel anything around it anymore. But it raised its head and tilted its neck. This was the precursor to an attack. Master Malurcha. Brando. The fairy girl and Maynard shouted at the same time. But unlike the former, the female knight's gaze remained calm. She looked at the crystal stag and reminded in a loud voice, the magic of the forest is all gathered at one point. What? Listen to me. The magic that disappeared from the forest is all gathered on that stag. What? Brando's mouth almost fell open in that moment. He saw the demonized crystal stag attack. The three ripples were like ripples on the surface of a calm lake, sweeping across half of the forest. But he didn't even have time to react. 3 blobs of blood exploded on his body. The light green data bar on his character panel indicating health dropped by half, turning into a bright yellow indicating a warning. But Brando didn't care at all about the crisscrossing wounds on his chest. He gritted his teeth and endured the pain. The fog in his head finally showed signs of dispersing. The answer to the riddle was here, so this was the key to the mission. His figure suddenly disappeared, and in the next moment, he appeared beside Malurcha. The demonized crystal stag was completely powerless to attack or defend. Brando raised the Halran Gaia. The fairy girl began to struggle violently. Her behavior at this moment was completely out of character for her kind. But unfortunately, no matter how hard she struggled, she was no match for Maynard. The female knight only coldly and calmly used 2 fingers to pin her to the ground. Brando turned his sword. He swung it down, smashing the back of the crystal stag's head with the flat of the sword. He didn't hold back at all this time. This damned beast had caused too much trouble for him. With a muffled sound, Malurcha fell to the ground. But the demonized creature was as tenacious as Brando had expected. Even though it had fallen to the ground, it still glared at Brando with blood-red eyes. But a trace of cold murderous intent seeped out of the blood-red eyes. This murderous intent was quickly replaced by confusion. This meant that the corrosion of the dark magic had reached its final stage. Let me ask you, did you absorb all the magic in this forest? Brando put his sword to Malurcha's neck and asked. To be honest, this scene was a bit comical. It was rare to see a swordsman forcing a stag to answer a question with a sword. But Brando's expression was very serious. Get out, human. The angry reply in the spiritual world was as he had expected. At this time, Malurcha's body was almost completely enveloped by the black smoke. It was obvious that the previous battle had used up too much of its energy. It no longer had any energy left to suppress the corrosion of the darkness. The penetration of the dark magic was accelerating. Brando saw that its eyes were constantly changing. But he actually didn't need an answer anymore. Since you won't answer, then I'll have to find the answer myself. Brando suddenly bent down and pressed down on Malurcha's neck. Then he pointed his sword at the center of the back of its neck under its horns. Below that was the magic core of the crystal stag. He used a bit of force and the blade of Halran Gaia cut through the skin. Blue blood flowed out. At this time, Malurcha indeed made an angry sound and began to struggle wildly. But Brando was certain that it wasn't because of pain. P.S. As mentioned before, my nephew will be 100 days old tomorrow. I have to go to my sister's place, so I'll only update 6,000 today. I'll update 6,000 tomorrow. I'll update 10,000 the day after tomorrow. Also, the last chapter was about Tiamat, the Dragon of War. I was thinking about the setting and wrote it down. I'll change it the day after tomorrow. I'll also fix the mistake with the wind elemental pool. Third, I heard that there's double this month. Everyone who has a monthly ticket can keep it. It's also good to see how I do next month. To be continued. If you like this work, you're welcome to come to Chidien. Come to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 717. Birth and Death, the cycle is endless. Observations on Zhuyuan, Shallow Sea, Volume 1 **********. In its distant memory, there was a vast wilderness. The memories of its childhood were of trekking and traveling. When it crossed the border of the shallow sea, the mountain where the storm stopped and the background of the blue sky was still deeply engraved in the depths of its memory. At the border of water and wind, the two plains overlapped strangely in its vision. That was the deepest impression of its childhood. But all the distant scenery no longer existed. After a long journey, travel, and travel again, it finally came to this world. It was a strange beginning, passed down from generation to generation by its clansmen. It was as if the memories flowed in its blood, nurtured the magic, and formed a sacred forest. In the distant dark ages, the gentle magic power attracted the creatures in the darkness. Frost demons, weeping demons, dead spirits. In order to protect this forest, it fought against them. Just like that, the continuous battle seemed to have gone on for many years. Until one day, it saw the ball of light fly in front of it. "Hello, my name is Rose. Your place is so beautiful. Can I stay here?" "No," it answered sternly. "Why?" Little Bubbly's eyes widened. Her blue eyes were wide and full of curiosity. It was as if it was very strange that it didn't let her stay in this forest. "Because you're like them. You pry into the holy magic." No. I just feel that it's cooler here." "Cooler?" "Yes. Besides, you can't fight them alone. You need a companion. I'll help you." It seemed that after that, it had a companion. The word companion, when spoken in the language of the elements, was far more verbose than human words, but its meaning was far-reaching. "Malurcha, let's build a lake. That way, they can't come over." "Lake?" "Yes, a lake. You haven't seen it before, right? It's like the scenery of the shallow sea. Of course, it's not as magnificent as home, but it's still a very beautiful scenery." Thinking of home, it nodded. "Malurcha, is the lake beautiful?" "It doesn't look like the shallow sea," it thought for a while and answered seriously. "Then let's make it bigger. Yes, when I die, please bury me under the biggest tree of fog, so that I can go back to my homeland." "Die?" It narrowed its eyes slightly. There seemed to be information about this hidden in the distant blood. It was about elemental creatures. A sentence imprinted on its soul seemed to flash in its memory. New life and death, the endless cycle of the elements, yes. The little fairy also narrowed her eyes and replied, "New life and death, the elements cycle endlessly. Without death, there will be no new life." It stared at the dark night sky. The meteor was gone in a flash, symbolizing the fall of another hero in the civilized world that was at war with each other in this flourishing starry sky. The war between mortals had begun 137 years ago and would last for 300 years. It would end 12 years later, the prophecy said. Buried in the soil in the middle of the forest, a glowing bud bloomed the next year, and then it slowly bore fruit. 2 new lives were born from the fruit. They were the continuation of Rose's life. They were called Mia and Dice. Fairies were always born with names. It was a strange thing. Then there were more and more fairies. The forest became more and more lively and prosperous day by day. But every night after that, it looked at the lush starry sky and always remembered that sentence. "Malurcha, let's build a lake. That way, they can't come over." On the shore of the Silver Lake, the frost demons in the dark didn't dare to cross the surface of the lake as expected. The war in the human world finally ended 130 years ago. Malurcha looked up at the night sky. A meteor flashed by. The last hero of the civilized world, Saint Tossol, had finally finished the last journey of her life. The world suddenly became unfamiliar. The magic core was the source of life for a demonized creature. But for a creature like the crystal stag that was in harmony with magic, it was only the core of its power. A demonized creature that had lost its magic core would immediately turn into ashes. But for Malyurcha, at most, its power would only fade back to its youth. Brando quickly saw the crystal prism-like existence. It was embedded in Malyurcha's spine. As soon as Brando saw it, he couldn't help but narrow his eyes. The magic core of a healthy crystal stag should contain a blue color like the sea inside the crystal. It was like their homeland, the shallow sea. That was the most beautiful place in the water elemental world. But what he saw was a crystal as black as ink. The corrosion of magic was so severe. Brando couldn't help but hold his breath. The world of Wond was built on a sea of magic. Most of the power that mortals came into contact with originated from dark magic. But Martha set down the law of Tiamat and used the power of the rules to restrain these wild, dark forces, making them docile and peaceful. This was a gift from Mother. But there were some who didn't accept this gift. Astrologers pursued the path of the people of God, like sages who cut through the thorns in the darkness. Like the god they worshipped, the goddess of the abyss Helene, they turned the dark magic into a mirror and sought to see through the fog of the future at the cost of blindness. The darkness eroded their bodies and minds, but they remained steadfast. The witches went one step further than the astrologers. The ancestors of the 12 witches swore to conquer the power of darkness. Their descendants followed this oath. But insanity, coldness, eccentricity, and capriciousness followed them throughout their lives. Because of this, and because of their status as followers of the Dark Dragon, they were spurned by the entire continent. There were also those who walked in the shadows. Cultists, devil worshippers, lunatics, and murderers. They worshipped dark magic and didn't hesitate to sacrifice themselves to please those dark, evil beings. These were cripples of the dark side of civilization, but no one denied their existence. Dark magic was like a potent poison. The damage it caused to anyone was irreversible. Brando felt as if he had seen the answer to a riddle. He gently reached out his hand toward the magic core. An electric feeling swept through his body. "Human, stop," a gentle voice, completely different from the manic and furious voice from before, sounded in Brando's mind. "Guardian of the Forest of the Holy Seal, you know what I'm doing." Brando's hand paused for a moment. Then he answered softly, "Have you seen what this forest looks like? You've driven the dark magic out, but it won't help." The voice didn't answer him directly. Instead, it said, "On the contrary, you'll regret your actions." "I need to know the reason." Brando asked, "If you don't give up this magic core, you'll be assimilated by the dark magic and become a monster. This forest has already begun to wither. The dark magic will erode everything, including your fairy companions." The voice fell silent. After a while, it spoke again, "No, the forest will never wither. Everything you said will not happen, human. You haven't seen the shallow sea, you won't understand how great nature is." "The shallow sea?" Malyurcha paused. It was covered in bruises and its body was already dying. A trace of exhaustion appeared in its blood-red eyes, but they burned with a burning flame. "Human, I know what you want. You can take the crystallized blood. But please leave this forest. This forest doesn't belong to anyone. It only belongs to history, to the fairies who have witnessed everything in the past." Brando didn't understand what it said, but he glanced at the specks of crystal blood on the ground, then glanced at Maynard not far away. The female knight looked at the little fairy in her hand. The little fairy was crying a mess. "Thank you for your generosity, Guardian," Brando answered. "But I'm curious about your choice." There seemed to be a breeze blowing through the forest, rustling. Brittle branches snapped and fell. The forest was dying. Malyurcha's body burned with black flames. The crystal stag lay there quietly, as if remembering something. Brando saw its gaze. Over his shoulder, it looked at the magnificent night sky of the world of Wond. There were many constellations there, and many epics that belonged to mortals were written. Why did you take the initiative to absorb the magic of the entire forest? Is it because the Holy Seal Valley is being corroded by dark magic? Pretty much as you guessed, human, the voice that was gradually weakening answered. The forest is restless, and not just here. Dark magic is pouring out from under the entire world. The magic moon has become brighter than before, human. Brando didn't speak. He knew that Malurcha was talking about the great magic wave. So you took the initiative to draw the dark magic into your body so that it wouldn't corrode the entire forest. But isn't it futile for you to do this? In the end, you will be turned into a puppet by the dark magic. And as the last guardian of this forest, when it dies, it will wither and wither, just like what you saw today, Brando answered slowly, thinking about all the clues about the mission in his mind. But his words were cut off. That's because you haven't seen the shallow sea, human, Malurcha answered quietly. That beautiful and magnificent sea surface at the boundary between wind and water. The tides on the sea rise and fall in an endless cycle. Just like our lives, your lives. Birth and death, an endless cycle, this is the fate of the elements. Brando suddenly understood, he stared at the crystal stag on the ground with some shock. When the old elemental died, new elemental creatures were born from its corpse. Generation after generation, this ancient knowledge was passed down. This was like a poem that originated from the ancient times. It was always echoing in the bloodline that was called inheritance. It was silent, but it was also majestic. The order of the old days left, taking many memories with it. New life will be reborn under the withered ashes. The dark magic will burn out with me. At that moment, pure magic will once again fill this land. It will nourish the roots of every tree of fog, and make the power of life strong again. Brando stood there, unmoving. For a moment, he felt his thoughts about the mission fade. He asked, "This is your choice?" Malurcha didn't answer. The voice only muttered to itself, "I should have left a long time ago. When I saw the shooting star fly across the night sky, I knew this era no longer belonged to me. So long. But the lake still doesn't look like a shallow sea at all. It's just really beautiful." Brando lowered his eyelids slightly. He was a little moved. But more than that, he was confused. Why did the system set up this scene? Was there a hidden mission here? Was he just here to be a spectator? No, there had to be something that could be changed. He saw the crystal stag lying on the ground gradually close its eyes. The dark magic seemed to want to break free from its body, but it was firmly locked in the magic core. In that moment, Brando seemed to sense the last image that the guardian of the forest of the Holy Seal sent over. The vast sea stretched as far as the eye could see. The jagged cliffs and the waves crashed against the rocks. Far away on the horizon, the holy mountain where the storm had stopped was like a light blue ink painting. Clouds floated in the sky. He saw the traveling fawn. Together with its herd, it crossed the coast and the moors. It seemed to be a long journey, and no one knew where they would end. The long time flashed through Brando's mind. It was like 1,000 years in the blink of an eye. He saw a lot. He saw the ferry called Rose. I see my hometown. It's beautiful, just like when I left. It hasn't changed, waiting for me to go back. Brando blinked hard. The corners of his eyes were a little dry. When he opened his eyes, Malurcha's body was emitting a hot white light. It became transparent and light. The magic floating on its body seemed to have been reborn. In the dazzling light of a new star, the black magic was guided by a power that surpassed the realm of life and death. An invisible law descended from the sky. In that moment, he and Maynard raised their heads together. Their souls trembled at the same time. They felt the power from Martha. It was gentle, but it could see through people's hearts. All words and sounds seemed to lose their color. The fairies raised their heads to look at this scene. They were surprised to feel that the forest was breaking apart, but a warm power was breaking out of its cocoon. Brando saw the little fairy in Maynard's hands run toward the crystal stag's corpse with tears on her face. She cried and screamed, opening and closing her mouth, but no sound could be heard. Between heaven and earth, there was only law and power left. Brando saw the golden magic bloom from Malurcha's corpse. It poured into the ground and spread in all directions along the path in the forest like a spider web. Then he saw a thin layer of smoke rise from the ashes of the crystal stag. It formed Malurcha's appearance when he was alive. That majestic and beautiful creature raised its head to look at the night sky. Then the layer of smoke began to dissipate. But in that moment, Brando suddenly realized something. He raised his head and shouted loudly at the soul in the form of smoke, "Malurcha, wait. Your magic core won't completely turn to ashes. A part of it will be inherited by the new element." The crystal stag obviously realized something as well. It shook slightly and turned its head to look at Brando. Because its body had begun to fall apart, Brando couldn't even see its expression clearly. But he read the last message it wanted to express from Malurcha's eyes. Help it. The magic core had been completely contaminated. Even if only a part of it was inherited by the new crystal stag, it would still be assimilated. The new elemental life form would only become a completely bloodthirsty monster. And this forest would also become a dark and terrifying wilderness. So this was the mission. Brendel's heart was suddenly enlightened. But he didn't feel relaxed at all. He watched as Malurcha's body slowly turned to nothing. It looked at him anxiously, but there was nothing he could do. No. Wait. There was another way. Brando suddenly raised his head. He looked at the crystal stag. His mind was filled with the image he had seen before. The vast sea stretched as far as the eye could see. The jagged cliffs and the waves crashed against the rocks. This was the shallow sea, the source of the endless growth of elemental life forms. "I can help you, Malurcha," he suddenly said loudly. "Are you willing to accept?" A blank card had already appeared in Brando's palm. Malurcha saw the card and seemed to understand something. It had a long life. Bits of knowledge had accumulated in its heart since a certain era. "Are you willing?" Brando roared angrily. The golden magic was filling the entire forest, but the black flames reignited from the center of the golden light. One man and one stag, they only had one last chance. "What do you plan to do, human?" This was the meaning in Malurcha's gaze. "I'll use the dark magic as the source and seal you together with it. I'll use the rules of the card of fate to extract it from the magic core. Maybe I'll succeed." "How confident are you?" "I don't know," Malurcha nodded slightly. A layer of dense smoke only left the area below its neck. Its entire body had already vanished into thin air, but its forehooves still stood upright on the ground. Brando took out the card of fate and showed it to Malurcha's soul. "The Shire, help me calculate how much wealth is needed to seal the card this time." "Sir, can you calculate such a simple problem yourself?" The Shire's groggy voice came from the other end of the soul. He yawned. Clearly, he didn't know what was going on here. "Cut the crap and tell me," Brando gritted his teeth and reprimanded. The Shire shuddered and finally reacted. Then sir, quickly unlock part of the seal's authority and let me see what kind of card you want to seal." Brando immediately did as he was told. The crystal stag. The Shire was slightly taken aback. "This thing is much stronger than the little princess from that day. Although its soul has already acknowledged it and can greatly reduce the cost of sealing it, it still needs to consume close to 1,000 wealth." Wait, what's this?" The Shire's voice was a little impatient. "Dark magic? Sir Leader, you want to extract it from here. This is the law of chaos. Its authority is no less than that of a planeswalker's. Are you sure you want to do this?" "I don't quite understand." "You don't need to understand." Brando was going crazy. Malurcha's head was already faintly discernible. "Just tell me how much you need. There's too much dark magic, that's already very little." Brando didn't yell out the rest of his sentence. Most of the dark magic had already been purified by Malurcha and turned into the power of order. All right, I understand. It needs a total of 2,720 wealth. That much? I already said. The Shire answered. But his words were immediately rudely interrupted by Brando. Enough. Tell me if I have enough wealth right now. Barely. But sir, don't you plan on keeping some? Didn't you say that there might be better materials in the stained frost forest? This place is still within the Ansara forest, right? The Shire asked curiously. He didn't understand if his Sir Leader had run into some kind of trouble. But Brando didn't have time to pay attention to him. He pressed his thumb and forefinger on the surface of the card and shouted at Malurcha's soul, seal. But the expected situation didn't occur. It was completely different from the last time he sealed Medisha. The card of fate floated silently in the air, motionless. What's going on? Brando's right hand that held the card stiffened slightly. Sir Leader. The soul of the target you want to seal is too weak. The dark magic isn't enough to make up for the flaw in this part of the law. You still need some wealth to create a virtual law. The Shire's voice suddenly shouted anxiously. How much more do you need? Brando asked through gritted teeth. He was about to miss his last chance. Not enough. Brando's heart chilled, but at that moment, the Shire suddenly cried out in surprise, ah! There's new power being poured in. What's going on? The young wizard attendant obviously didn't understand what was going on. Brando didn't understand either, because he only saw the blank cards suddenly flash with silver light, and then explode like a flash bomb. A dazzling white light spread out in all directions. Brando narrowed his eyes slightly. After the light gradually dissipated, he saw a card wobbling down from the air. In the darkness, but with a heart towards the light, for Eversong, the card fell into his hand, Song of Samsara Eversong via I Light 4 Dark 4, spell, pay 40 mana, night, to summon Malurcha the White Deer, level, Fahrenheit, level, -10, into the field. When the White Deer leaves the field, choose 2 cards from the graveyard and shuffle them into the holder's deck. Maintain. Malurcha the White Deer will maintain until the next day's reset. Birth and death, endlessly growing and multiplying. Brando looked at the white deer depicted on the card, and the sprite on its back. He was a little stunned for a moment. In that instant, he understood what had happened. He looked up and saw the golden magic enveloping the entire forest. The withered trees of fog were collapsing in patches. But new branches and buds grew out of the ashes, quickly growing into a dense patch of small trees. A young crystal stag lay in the middle of these trees with its eyes half closed. The forest seemed to be protecting it. With a soft hum, Brando saw a pale green panel jump out in front of him. Mission, elemental activation, completed, perfect completion. Mission, Song of the Shallow Sea, completed, perfect completion. P.S. We agreed on 6,000 words today. This chapter won't be divided into chapters. Just look at it this way. I'm so tired today. When I get home, I have to go out to train again, and then I have to rush back to write again. I really want to kill myself. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidien. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 718. Elemental Activation. At that moment, Brando felt as if a fire had been ignited in the dark world of the soul. Golden flames burned in his pupils at the same time, and in his eyes, the world had changed. The crystallized trees that were gradually collapsing and turning into ashes, the paths in the woods, the rocks, and the snow seemed to be covered with a layer of silver lines. The lines bound energy and matter downwards. The lines of law intertwined, and in those blank and weak places, matter seemed to be fragile and would collapse at a touch. He picked up a stone and pressed it gently in a certain place. The stone turned into powder in his hand like moldy bread. This was a world dominated by laws. He had known this secret for a long time, but without elemental activation, it was difficult for mortals to truly understand the true meaning of this sentence. Just like how ordinary people could not understand the truth of the world, only when they crossed the threshold, time, space, law, energy, randomness, one by one were born in the fire and presented in front of them. Only then could they understand that the essence of the world, even the magic power under the law of Tiamat, was not as mysterious as the world imagined. Everything he saw was formed by the law's binding magic power. This was the rule at the bottom of Wond. Brando narrowed his eyes, and the feeling of power flowing quietly in his heart was exactly the same as in his previous life. He raised his hand, which was also covered with a faint layer of law, but all these strange scenes gradually disappeared, and the world seemed to return to its original state in an instant. And then, Brando saw his status panel begin to change: human difficulty, 20 years old. Power system, elemental domain, self-law, superior authority. After elemental activation, the power system was no longer simply divided into physical and curses, elemental and melee. In addition to the self-law that pursued one's own ultimate power, there were only two major systems of world law that explored the mysteries of the rules like wizards and elementalists. However, Brando saw an additional line of superior authority at the back, which made him slightly stunned. After elemental activation, the power system was marked with the most original power, and he immediately thought that this might be the power of a planeswalker. Then he continued to look down. The column of absolute power had also disappeared. After entering the elemental domain, power was closely related to the law, and the previous calculation method was no longer applicable. Then there was the description of the element itself. The originally simple description of the element had now been expanded into an entire column: time and space. In the eyes of Hazer, time and space are concepts used to describe the state of existence of the world. If matter and energy did not exist, then time and space would collapse accordingly. But the concept often extends to the power of definition and imagination. It is the root of the law, the key to existence. When Brando saw this sentence, he couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Whether it was time or space, they were the highest level of elements. Along with Saint Tossol's wind element, Fanzin's light element, Gretel's fire element, and Eleranta's earth element, they were called the highest level of elements. People often believed that above the highest level of elemental elements was the power of existence. However, he did not expect that there would be mixed elements, which were known as conceptual elements. Brando had always thought that he had the space element, the space constraint, and the state that was defined in space, so he could have a sure hit effect. But now that he thought about it, in the four-dimensional world, time and space originally existed as one. Elemental power, 4/4, sure hit, space is under your control and management. As long as the lines of law tend to be stable, the user can make the next attack appear at any coordinate in space. Consumption, 50 PO, order power, steady space is the furthest distance between people. If you can't cross it, how can you hurt me? Sardan, king of law wizards. The lines of law protect the user's armor and weapons. As long as the attack does not penetrate the law, the armor and weapons are considered indestructible. In addition, steady gives the user an additional +2 defense. Consumption, passive elemental power flow time is my ally, your enemy. As long as the lines of law tend to be stable, the user's attack can affect the enemy and cause them to age rapidly. Consumption, 100 PO per second, interval you seem to be in the crevice of time. Its flow is always especially slow for you. The user's aging speed is halved, and their lifespan is doubled. Consumption, passive elemental power order power, 4 elemental abilities, one more than the normal 2 active elemental activation and 1 passive elemental activation. In addition to sure hit, steady had 2 additional attributes that could protect the armor and increase the defense power. Lapse and interval dash were newly added because of the time elemental ability. The lapse elemental ability was basically useless to players in the game, but it had a miraculous effect on NPCs. According to veteran players, this was a PvE divine ability. The same was true for interval. A normal human's lifespan in Wond was only about 200 years. After elemental activation, the lifespan would increase by half, but the longest living human generally did not exceed 400 years. Doubling one's lifespan meant 800 years, which was almost close to that of the Silver Elves. This attribute was almost worthless in the game, and Brando even doubted if it even existed. But here, it was undoubtedly the best elemental ability. Finally, the order power had also been upgraded from 100,100 to 400,400, which was 50 more than the average player. Brando thought that this might be the so-called extra reward for the conceptual elemental ability. He continued to look down, and his talents had also undergone earth-shattering changes. Bloodline talent, unyielding, level 3, unyielding, ignores all attacks for 15 minutes after receiving fatal damage. Elemental enhancement, after the effect ends, the user will revert to their last state 15 minutes ago. This ability can be activated once per day. Self-healing, the body's recovery ability is increased to 6x. Elemental enhancement, reduces the time to recover to perfect state by half. Unyielding, elemental resistance plus 10, physical damage reduction plus 10%. Elemental enhancement, increases defense by an additional 2. Tenacity, stamina, in the first 2 stages, active, tired, can use all abilities as if they were in the elemental enhancement stage. Elemental enhancement, stamina consumption is reduced by half. Destiny talent, the Fool, level 1, fanaticism, selfless devotion is sometimes not a good thing, within half an hour of activating fanaticism. The character's attributes can be doubled. This ability can be activated twice per day. The primordial citizens could learn ancient attribute skills just like ordinary skills. Destiny talent, the Chosen One, level 1, ancient king, followers gather under your indulgence because of worship, so no matter what race they come from, they will not suffer a morale penalty. It can be seen that the elemental enhancement on the bloodline talent. In fact, this is the main reason why the attributes of the players after stepping into the elemental field are so different from the players before the elemental field. After entering the elemental field begins to strengthen the abilities on the status panel one by one. The elemental activation stage is the bloodline talent, the first profession skill, the main attribute. The elemental enlightenment is the first destiny talent, the second profession skill and the secondary attribute. The law pinnacle is the second destiny talent, the third profession skill and the third attribute. In the ultimate realm, the player will have the field, and strengthen the bloodline attribute again, the first profession skill and the 2 attributes. In the sage field, the elemental enhancement will directly strengthen all attributes, all talents, the 3 profession skills, and give the player the last law talent. After reaching that level, looking at existences below the gold realm would really be like looking down on ants from a god. Further up, after the perfect body, it is another world. However, even though he was prepared, Brando couldn't help but groan from the bottom of his heart when he saw the enhancement of the bloodline talent by the time and space element. The Amber Sword has never been a game that pretends to be fair and balanced. But it does take fairness into account. In the game, players only have one chance to be treated fairly, and that is at the starting line. Therefore, there is the saying that the bloodline talent is the fairest talent. But after that, the game no longer restricts the development of the players. The more effort you put in, the higher the reward you get. Attributes, skills, destiny talents, and even the profession itself have strong and weak differences. This is a very realistic and cruel game. If it wasn't for the quality of the game itself being so high, far beyond any game of the same era, it would have been drowned in a wave of criticism. It was an obvious example, just like what Brendel was seeing now. The time and space element as a conceptual element, not to mention the powerful attributes of the element itself, the bonus provided is at least 20 to 30% more than the average element. Of course, such an element, Brando has never seen it even in the game. Conceptual elements. The most he has seen before is only the highest level elements of a few major elements, plus time and space, which are claimed to be the closest to the power of existence. Then he continued to browse, and below were the attributes. Because it was the first time he activated his element, he took it for granted that the time and space element must have strengthened his main attribute first. Brando stared at his status bar with wide eyes and was suddenly startled. Strength, 310 plus 49, equipment, plus 107, elite form, dexterity, 240 plus 17, equipment, plus 80, elite form, physique, 670 plus 42, equipment, plus 240, elite form, element strengthening, intelligence, 1. 5 plus 0. 5, elite form, willpower, 140 plus 26, equipment, plus 32, elite form, perception, 36 plus 13, elite form, bloodline, 44 plus 17, elite form. When he saw these attributes, he was dumbfounded. Because in theory, as a warrior, the main attribute must be strength. However, it was obvious that the time and space element had strengthened his physique for some unknown reason. No wonder he felt a lot better from the beginning. At first, he thought it was because of the elemental activation, but now it seems that is not the case at all. His physique has more than doubled. How can he not feel full of energy? Brando suddenly felt a little crazy. What does a warrior like him need physique for? Warriors are not tanks in the game, they are damage output professions. This damn elemental activation strengthened his physique. Did it see that he looked more like a knight, or did it think that he actually had a potential M attribute? If he was still in the game, he would have jumped up and called for the GM. But here, he could only change his expression for a long time, and in the end, he could only sigh helplessly. What else can he do? Call for Lord Martha to change it for him? Not to mention that Martha left wound early after the azure night shattered the sky. Even if she was still there, she would probably only give him a lightning bolt in response to his trivial call. In this regard, Brando could only admit that he was unlucky. He was afraid that this damn elemental activation would take the initiative to strengthen him something else, especially his skills. Although there was no precedent for this in the Amber Sword, what if this thing went crazy and strengthened his scholar skill? Wouldn't he be killed by it? He looked down and suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. The skill list was not strengthened at all, but there was a line of green system prompt. You have obtained a higher level of authority. Do you want to start strengthening skills? This was exactly the same as the situation in the game. Although it was a little strange, the Amber Sword had always referred to power as authority. The players had also discussed this for a while, but in the end, it came to nothing. Brando was not surprised and was too lazy to care. He tapped on the screen with his hand and confirmed, strengthen. Which skill should I strengthen? The professions that Brando could choose now were actually only 4 professions: mercenary, elementalist, scholar, and Templar Knight. But as long as he was not out of his mind, it was impossible for him to choose elementalist and scholar. Therefore, the multiple choice question in front of him was actually a choice between 2. Mercenary? Or Templar Knight? Brando was silent. 9 luminary sword art, flash strike sword art, in-depth analysis, charge, and piercing strike were all his core skills under the mercenary profession. If it was before, he would definitely choose to strengthen this profession as his main profession without hesitation. But now there was a problem. That was that the spacetime elemental activation had chosen to strengthen his physique attribute. It was important to know that all the skills in the Amber Sword were closely related to the basic attributes. Although he could still choose to strengthen the second and third attribute after reaching the peak of the elemental enlightenment and the law. But after reaching the sage domain, other than the main attribute, the other attributes were destined to be strengthened one less time. This lack of strengthening would become more obvious in the later stages, and now it was only twice. After reaching the silver body, it would probably be 2 or 3 times more. 2 or 3 times more at that time would be enough to decide a lot of things. Should he focus on offense or defense? To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidien.com to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 719. Should I focus on offense or defense? Brando gritted his teeth. He felt a little strange. Although the automatic enhancement of the spacetime attribute was a little depressing for him, it was not irreversible. But it wasn't irreversible, it just meant that he might have to give up on the path he had previously planned. He hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he put his hand on the Templar Knight profession. In the past, there were often players who changed their profession path because of a powerful weapon. It was much more reasonable for him to change his profession path because of a powerful element. After all, the element was something that would accompany a person for a lifetime, especially the space-time element, which was too powerful. The general element enhancement was at most 50%, but the conceptual element would directly double it. Of course, he would not give up such a strong advantage. Besides, he had considered the path of the warrior knight. His attack might be a little weaker than his previous profession path, but it would not be too far off. Because he still had the Templar Knight's conflict aura and the crown of thorns. Brando instantly decided on the path he would take. Then he looked at his Templar Knight's skill, and the skill panel had completely changed. After the element enhancement, the skill had its own rules: Blood of the Sun, level 10, Master, element normal. Any enemy who causes melee damage to the Templar Knight will receive 50% of the damage. Element enhancement. Now the Blood of the Sun can ignore the constraints of space and reflect long-range damage. Crown of Thorns, level 10, Master, element normal, continuous use, increase 20 points of endurance and resistance. Active activation, all defense, resistance, and endurance will be converted into attack power, last for half an hour. After the effect ends, the Templar Knight will lose all defense, resistance, and endurance for the same time. This ability can be used once a day. Element enhancement. After active activation, the duration will be doubled, and the side effects will be swallowed by the time rift. Conflict aura, level 10 plus 1, Master, element normal, increase 7 points of defense for all allies within 100 meters, including the user. Element enhancement, coverage area doubled, and an additional 2 points of defense. The enhancements seemed to be over in an instant, and Brando finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw these enhancements. Different elements had different effects on the strengthening of skills. For example, if the Crystal Stag's healing element was used to strengthen the Blood of the Sun, it would most likely be because the Blood of the Sun would heal itself slightly when it dealt damage. However, space and time were very compatible with the enhancement of these defensive skills. Especially the Crown of Thorns side effect of being devoured by the time rift. Brando was so happy that he almost laughed out loud. In fact, he currently had 952 points of vitality, which was equivalent to an additional 500 points of HP and 4 points of natural defense. After equipping Firefly and Bahamut's Grip, as well as adding the effects of his talents and skills, he would have about 40 resistance, 30 endurance, and 17 defense. Once this attribute was converted into attack, it would be a total of 87 attack points. In the Amber Sword, attack was a basic attribute. On top of that, it was a combination of strength and a series of skill bonuses. Only then could it be considered the final damage. Even the Halran Gaia, a fantasy-grade holy sword, only had 42 points of attack. The Lionheart's pure attack was probably even lower than that. What about the Azure Lance with its first seal? It only had 122 points of attack. The meaning of 87 points of attack was clear at a glance here. It could be said that after unlocking the Crown of Thorns, he unlocked Frenzy. Brando's berserk state was basically the true Mad Dog mode. How could he not be satisfied with a state where his attack was increased by nearly 3 times in an hour without any after effects? He had both defense and attack. Brando suddenly found that the choice of his space-time element had given him a perfect answer. But the gift of elemental activation was far more than that, because Brando finally saw a list of status at the bottom of all the attributes that made his heart skip a beat: Elite Skill, Demonization, Level 1, Basic, Elite/Normal, for a short period of time, disguise the aura of the body as the aura of a magical creature, so that magical creatures below Lord Tier will not take the initiative to attack. This effect lasts for 1 minute or until the user initiates an attack. Elite Template. This was the attribute he had obtained since he saved Sifrid in Tonagel. Finally, after his elemental activation, it completely blossomed. After the first column of the elite skill was unlocked, it brought him a completely unexpected surprise. Demonization. Brando finally understood how this skill came about. Back in the Amber Sword, there was a player called the Nightingale Lord. This guy could be said to be the idol of all nightingales. Lone Ranger was an individual hero. He never teamed up with others. He roamed the dungeons and instance dungeons alone. Other than those large-scale instance dungeons with special settings, legendary instance dungeons, and battle scenes, there was almost nothing he couldn't steal. And the skill that guy relied on at that time was later verified by people. It was demonization. This divine skill could mask the player's aura and turn the magical creatures in those top areas into non-aggressive monsters. But unfortunately, no one knew how this skill came about. Because most people knew that this was a real monster skill. In that era, perhaps only the heavens would understand how this skill was learned. But today, Brando finally understood. This was a skill that came with the monster template. No wonder the players almost turned the whole world upside down and could not find the NPC who taught it. But he was a little puzzled. How could a warrior like him be randomly given a skill with such a strong rogue aura? Of course, it was not that he was dissatisfied. It was that he was too satisfied. This skill was simply too useful for him. Especially in this stained frost forest. If before he got this skill, he only wanted to stab Grand Duke Erek in the back, now he was really confident that he could teach him an unforgettable lesson. Even if it was to avenge Her Highness the Princess in his previous life. Brando thought so. He couldn't help but exhale softly. Then he came back to his senses and found that Maynard was standing not far from him, looking at him with some confusion. Obviously, he had been standing here with the card in his hand for a long time. "What are you doing?" she asked. "Nothing." Brando put the Hymn of Samsara into the spare deck. He took one last look at the white deer and fairy on the card, and then the card flashed slightly and disappeared. Fortunately, he had an extra card space because of the expansion of the elemental pool. Otherwise, it would have been a little difficult at the moment. He looked at Maynard again before explaining, "You should have already felt it. Congratulations, you have entered the realm of elements." The expression on the female knight's face softened a little. "Mr. Count, you are only 21 years old this year, right? Your achievements today have already surpassed the Flame King Gretel." Uh-huh. This was a difficult question to answer. Brando looked back perfunctorily. The newborn crystal stag was still lying in the grass. Because it was still too weak, it seemed that it couldn't even open its eyes. It lay there trembling. Maynard's expression turned to some confusion. "Speaking of which, it's strange. You should have had the same dream as me, right? How can you remember it so clearly? Are you really Brando, or Sophie?" Brando looked back at her. "Of course I'm not Brando, but I'm also Sophie. I don't reject the memories of another world. It's just like everything you saw in the dream, it's still your experience." He seemed to have just realized that Maynard seemed to think that he had the same dream as her. This point of view made him feel a little strange. Could it be that she didn't realize that it was a real world? But he shook his head and decided to go along with what she said. Unfortunately, the female knight seemed to be very cautious about this. When it came to memories and dreams, she immediately shut her mouth and didn't talk about it. Brendel looked at her carefully, and Maynard turned her head away slightly. Once he was sure that the other party would not continue on this topic, he turned back to look at her. He walked to the trembling crystal stag, bent down, and touched its forehead with his hand. He asked, "Little guy, what's your name?" The newborn fawn trembled slightly, but didn't answer. In reality, it couldn't answer. Before it reached adulthood, the crystal stag only knew some simple water language. Brando naturally knew this. He looked beside it. The crystal stag was lying in the ashes of Malurcha's corpse. Brando quickly saw 3 sparkling things there. Of course, these weren't drops. He knew very well that these were the mission rewards in the game. Usually, creatures like the crystal stag that lived in harmony with magic rarely dropped anything. They were very sensitive to magic. It was very easy for them to control their belongings and dissipate all their magic. But at the last moment, he chose to help Melurcha and successfully solved the mission. Because of this reason, the guardian of the forest of the Holy Seal left him these 3 gifts. But Brando still felt a little regretful. The highest completion status for the mission was perfect. Next was outstanding, and then excellent. He guessed that the final problem lay with the fairy lady. If she hadn't sacrificed herself, the completion status for the mission might have been perfect. Under the conditions of a perfect reward, it was very likely that there would be more than these 2 items. Of course, it was better than nothing. He picked up the 3 sparkling magic items from the ashes. 2 were sky blue crystals similar to magic cores. The other was a golden ring. Brando remembered that this was originally worn on Melurcha's long horn. This is. When he saw these 2 items clearly, he couldn't help but be slightly stunned. This is the raw stone of strength, the ring of portability. It actually left these 2 items to you. It seems that you are very grateful. Maynard answered softly behind him. The raw stone of strength was also called the experience crystal and the amber sword. The wizard's definition of it was a substance formed by a large amount of purified holy magic gathered together. Because it was pure, it could be absorbed by most creatures in wound, and even magic creatures. Therefore, it could be said that the crystal in Brando's hand was something that the frost demons outside the forest of the Holy Seal had coveted for thousands of years. But when he held the crystal in his hand, he felt a heavy weight in his heart. Melurcha had guarded this holy magic for thousands of years, but in the end, it had given it to a stranger like him. Yes, this is the raw stone of strength. I've only seen its existence in storybooks. Legend has it that before the War of the Holy Saints, the great mages would also make this thing, Brando replied. You said you've only seen it in storybooks. Are you referring to Sophie or Brando? Maynard asked with some concern behind him. Both. Brando lied, so as not to go too deep into this topic. He felt that he should try to avoid talking about the past with the female knight, so that she wouldn't point a sword at his head again. That wasn't a good feeling. But he felt a little strange. He always felt that Maynard seemed to care about her dream, but also seemed to be deliberately avoiding it. It was a little contradictory. You should know what it does, right? Brando turned around and asked. Me? Maynard thought for a moment. The literature says that the raw stone of strength can increase a person's strength, and sometimes even help those who have no hope of entering the next realm to break through. But I think that's nonsense. There's no such thing as unearned power in this world. Not all of it. Brando looked at the crystal in his hand. He knew that what Maynard said was actually correct. This thing called the experience crystal actually only had one function, that was to convert the holy magic in it into experience and inject it into the receiver. In the entire amber sword, there weren't many things that directly increased experience like this. Fragments of the divine artifact, raw stone of strength, fountain of blessing, and a golden apple. But because of this, they were particularly precious. Brando threw one of the raw stones of strength to the female knight and said, "But no matter what the legend is, don't you want to try it?" The female knight caught the crystal and held it with both hands, a little surprised. "Why are you giving it to me?" Brando smiled. In fact, he didn't know either. Probably because this thing was no longer useful to him. The raw stone of strength was a relatively low-level item that increased experience. In fact, it was the most effective for silver to gold rank existences, and it could almost transfer experience without any loss. And for people like him who had already elemental awakened, the effect was naturally much smaller. Of course, he could also consider Medisha, the Shire, or Hippamra. But for some reason, he just saw Maynard's appearance and subconsciously made this decision. Legends may not be true, I'm going to use you for an experiment. He replied. The female knight looked at him deeply. She suddenly lowered her eyelashes and asked in a low voice, "Are you going to give the other one to Freya?" Brando was slightly startled. "You know? Because I had the same dream as you." She replied softly, and then her voice softened. But anyway, thank you. The female knight looked carefully at the crystal in her hand, and then carefully put it away. She raised her head and looked at Brando seriously. I like this gift very much. Because you want to become stronger? Brando suddenly noticed something, and he narrowed his eyes. Maynard nodded gently. Let's look at the other thing. She replied. Brando was actually a little impatient. He picked up the golden ring in his hand. The name of the ring of portability actually explained the function of this thing. This thing belonged to the same category as the dimensional hole, the dimensional bag, or the ring of drawers. It was a magic item that stored space. But slightly different from the dimensional hole, the ring of portability only had 2 spaces and could only store 2 items. But it had a feature that other storage equipment did not have. That was, it didn't require any action to take out the stored items. With just a thought, the item would instantly appear in the holder's hand. Because of this feature, it was called the ring of portability. In the game, this bracelet itself was a very precious equipment. Players who owned it often used it to store weapons. This way, they could be able to switch weapons in an instant and catch people off guard. Just this feature alone, regardless of whether there was anything in it or not, Brando could be said to have profited by getting this bracelet. But he was still very much looking forward to what was in it. After all, most of the things in the ring of portability were weapons. And weapons were the most valuable type of magic item. But when he picked up the golden ring, a thought flashed through his mind, and he could not help but be stunned for a moment. There were 2 items in the bracelet. One of them was almost worthless. It was a piece of stone, but that stone was very familiar to Brando. Because he had seen almost the exact same thing in another person's belongings. He immediately remembered that he had obtained the dark stone from Amandina's father, Borg Nessen's belongings. Because he had never figured out the use of that stone, he had always carried it with him. When he saw the item in the ring of portability, his heart immediately thumped, and he immediately took out the stone from his pocket. He compared it to the stone and was immediately stunned. It was exactly the same. Other than the shape and size, the other features were almost exactly the same. The color, the texture, and even the fact that there was not a trace of magic was exactly the same. What is this? Maynard saw the stone in Brando's hand and could not help but ask. But Brando shook his head and answered honestly for the first time, I don't know either. The female knight looked at him suspiciously and did not speak again. Brando, of course, noticed her expression. He could not help but feel a little troubled. If he spoke the truth, no one would believe him. He did not know if this was a classic example of the boy who cried wolf. But after thinking for a moment, he still put away the 2 stones. It was a good thing that Malurcha had been sealed into a card. There would always be a chance to ask it about the secret of this stone. As a crystal stag that had existed for thousands of years, Brando did not think it would collect a worthless stone like Borg Nessen. After putting away the stone, Brando took out another item from the ring of portability. It was a piece of parchment. In fact, when he first met Baba Shah, he had seen something similar. There was only one name for this type of item in the Amber Sword. Skill Scroll. However, the skills recorded on this skill scroll were very different. Rebirth Nirvana, Transcendent Primordial, burns life and transforms it into elemental power. Prerequisite, Sage Domain, Bloodline Attribute 300 plus. Brando's gaze slowly swept across the blood-red parchment. All the words on it seemed to have become a blur. And in his eyes, he seemed to only be able to see those 4 simple words. Transcendent, Primordial. Above, Martha. Brando groaned with difficulty in his heart. P.S. Today's update is here. Another large wave of data and settings. I wrote until tears streamed down my face. Every time this happens, I want to pull my hair out. But I finally finished writing. Okay, it's a little late. I hope everyone will forgive me. 2 more chapters. It's about 10,000 words. I also recommend a book, The Legend of the Great Sage. I've been reading it recently, It's not bad. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidyan. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 720. By the time Brando and Maynard returned to the camp, it was already early in the morning. The sky was faintly lit, the stars were hidden in the west, and the sky was pale white. There was a line of gold on the lake, and the first rays of the morning sun were breaking through the surface of the lake. The two had just walked out of the forest when they heard a joyful shout, "Senior Maynard, Brando!" Brando raised his head when he heard the voice. Freya was sitting on a tall rock bathed in the morning light and saw them first. She hugged her knees with both hands and rubbed her red eyes when she saw them. She looked like she hadn't slept all night, but the worry on her face was finally relieved. He smiled slightly. Although he still hadn't recovered from the series of events that had happened last night, seeing this young girl from the countryside of Buchi still gave him a warm and friendly feeling. "It's your turn to keep watch again." Freya jumped down from the rock, her expression unnatural. She was too embarrassed to say that she was worried. She nodded and made a sound of acknowledgement. But this couldn't fool Maynard. The female knight glanced at her. The young girl blushed slightly and looked around at Brando. Did it go well? Everyone knew that Brando and Maynard had entered the forest to hunt the crystal stag. Although most people hadn't heard of the crystal stag, she was still slightly curious that he'd returned empty-handed. In Freya's impression, there was nothing he couldn't do. In her heart, he was the strange reserve militia of Buchi, and the young noble who'd led everyone out of the encirclement. Later, he became the Lord of Tonajal and helped the princess defeat Duke Erek and Duke Cypher. The Count of Tonajal in front of her now was a person with real power and authority in Erewhon. Even people like Makarov and Oberway, who used to be high and mighty in her eyes, didn't dare say they were higher than him. The princess trusted him, and there were even rumors that he was a new noble of the kingdom, a future powerful minister. However, Brando didn't put on airs in front of her, which made her feel that the distance between them had narrowed a little. But she was still not satisfied. Didn't this guy know that he was already a count? In her mind, the count should be serious and unsmiling, so when she saw Brando's sloppy appearance, she couldn't help but feel a little angry. But then her heart softened, and she comforted him. "It's okay, I think there's still a chance. I looked at the map, it will take a few days to get through the Ansara forest." Brando couldn't help but laugh when he saw the future Valkyrie babbling incoherently in front of him. "What are you thinking about? Did I tell you that I didn't succeed?" "Ah." Freya was stunned. Brando especially liked to see this future Valkyrie in a daze in front of him. She opened her mouth slightly and revealed a surprised expression. He continued to smile. "Do you know why I'm hunting the crystal stag?" Freya shook her head. How would she know? The nobles loved to hunt, and in her eyes, this was a luxury. But just like the winter hunt in Grenoires, it really didn't have much to do with the ordinary citizens of Buchi. Brando smiled slightly. He intended to surprise this dazed young lady, so he stretched out his hand with his palm facing up. A wisp of silver fire rose along the lines of his palm, slowly weaving upwards. The silver fire was like a thin thread, and they intertwined together to form a beautiful spiral. Freya couldn't help but widen her eyes when she saw this. She was no longer that ignorant country girl. Before the War of the Black Roses, the most powerful beings in her mind were probably the cavalry scouts in the stories told by the veteran Captain Mano. In those stories, the cavalry scouts were actually able to fight Madara's pale riders to a standstill. The exciting battles and experiences of circling around the enemy's formation were always able to make the listeners' hearts flutter with excitement. But later on, she understood that the most elite soldiers in those armies were only at the peak of dark iron. Even the Lord's bodyguard knight was only at the silver level, about the same as her now. In just a year and a half, she was already one step ahead of the existence she yearned for the most in the past. It was said that after this autumn, Her Highness the Princess would personally confer the title of knight to this batch of students. Before this, Freya probably never dreamed that she would become a noble in her lifetime. But none of this could compare to her surprise at this moment. Because the silver fire burning in Brando's hand was none other than the fire seed of the precept, the line of precept. In Won's world, those who could activate their elemental powers were considered to have crossed the boundaries of the mortal world, and stood at the starting point of the path to the sage and the truth. These people were all existences that left their names in history. But Brando was only 21 years old. Brando, this is. Freya frowned slightly. Her expression showed both joy for Brando and a trace of worry. She was worried that Brando seemed to have taken another step forward, but she was still pacing back and forth. She was worried that one day she would not be able to keep up with him and be left far behind. Although Brando once said that he would stop and wait for her, how long would he wait? She remembered that he also seemed to have said that he would not stop and wait for her to move forward endlessly. Freya's heart was filled with mixed feelings for a moment. Brando did not seem to notice the hesitation in the heart of the girl from Butchie. He just nodded at her encouragingly. You've really activated your elemental powers. But you. I remember those heroes in the history of Erewhon, Duke Urano, the Thornflower Lord. Freya stared at him blankly, as if an existence that surpassed the heroes in history had appeared in front of her. She could not accept it for a moment. Even your grandfather Darius was not as young as you when he activated his elemental powers. There's no one ahead, Freya. Brando finished her sentence. The young man's confident, even slightly arrogant words startled Freya slightly. In the girl's memory, the Brando she knew had never acted so arrogantly. Not far away, Lorena and her fiancé Philas stepped out of the camp and could not help but stop when they saw this scene. Both of their gazes fell on Brando. Of all of them, only Maynard glanced at Brando indifferently. Brando looked at Freya and did not answer, but the words in his heart seemed to have been hidden for a long time. The late King Eric had established Erewhon, and in that era, he had to protect this kingdom. His enemies were the Cruse people, or the Wind Elves of St. All those gathered under that glorious flag had participated in that war, and everything that the ancient nobles had fought for was now at their feet. But today, Erewhon had suffered too much. He might have had a strange dream, like Maynard, of seeing the decaying kingdom sliding into the abyss, her people fighting desperately, but in the end, they gained nothing. As if meeting his gaze, Maynard twisted her body uneasily, and she frowned her slender eyebrows. But Brando's gaze had gone past her, as if through Lake Valendon. He saw that in the far west, there was a dark, nascent empire slowly rising. This war would be an opportunity. Once the merciless emperor eliminated the last stumbling block, the emperor would not be able to do anything. Then in the next step, his scepter would be pointed at Erewhon. The great demonic wave was coming fiercely, and what the crystal stag Marlowe had seen was only the tip of the iceberg. The darkness of the entire world was restless. After Evernight, the true chaos of war would descend upon this world. At that time, what would Erewhon do? That was content that had never been written down in history, but at least this time, he hoped that the sacrifices of those who fought to change their fate would be more valuable. If history forgot those nameless heroes, then he would change history. He suddenly understood that this was his mission. After all, he had not come to this world to live a nameless life, or to be a spectator again. Some regrets, only experiencing them once was enough. He retracted his gaze, as if suddenly understanding Martha's intentions. Sacrifices were valuable, stemming from people's pursuits and ideals. They might fail, but in the end, they would influence and change this world. This kind of influence had always been in his heart. King Eric only wanted to change the arrogance of the nobles, but what he wanted to change was history. Brando smiled slightly at Freya. You will understand. Go and wake the others up, we are ready to go. He kept the last sentence in his heart, Her Excellency Valkyrie. Freya looked at him suspiciously. She was about to turn and leave, but suddenly seemed to realize something. She turned around and glanced at Brando. Brando. Can I keep up with you? Brando glanced at the experience crystal he had left in the ring of portability and nodded at her. Those with faith will not fall behind. Freya was slightly taken aback, but she quickly nodded her head firmly. She suddenly remembered her ideals, which were like the wildflowers blooming in the countryside of Bucci, ordinary but tenacious, and even the wildfires of summer could not burn them out. Those flowers bloomed in the mountains of Yusong, leaving a deep impression. The girl's wish was equally simple. She wanted to protect everyone, so that those memories that stayed in peace and beauty would no longer be invaded by the flames of war. Brando saw the girl from the countryside of Bucci turn and leave. He looked back and saw Lorena and Faraz standing to the side, the female knight looking at him with great appreciation. Mr. Brendel, a person with faith will never fall behind. Is what you said true? Her eyes sparkled as she asked in a loud voice. If you insist, how can you back down? Brando asked casually. But reality is not perfect. That's why some people are called heroes. You are quite a hero, Mr. Brando. Brando's words were so straightforward that the female knight was a little surprised. If this is a beautiful definition, why don't you pursue it? I see, Lorena frowned slightly. But I want to be the Demon King more, Brando continued to answer. The female knight was slightly stunned and looked at him. Because sometimes you have to be the enemy of the whole world. Lorena took a deep breath and nodded at him with some admiration. I hope you can persevere, Count. Then she seemed to whisper back to herself, I hope I can too. The news of Brando's elemental activation finally spread like wildfire in the convoy. Before that, Brando's swordsmanship had been considered by many to be at the level of a sword saint, but it wasn't until now that he could be considered a genuine sword saint. Since the last Darius went into seclusion, Erwin finally had a second sword saint in the last 100 years. A young sword saint. Brando's prestige in the convoy, especially among the guards, seemed to have reached its peak for a while. Brendel had jokingly mentioned his title before, just like Garlock the Wanderer and Nicholas the Blazing Flame. A sword saint who had elemental activation was already qualified to be honored by the world. But Maynard simply reminded him that, in fact, after the Battle of Ampere Seal, he had a well-known name. Wolfherder Brando. On Grand Duke Arek's thin face, two pairs of tired but sharp eyes in his deep-set eye sockets silently scanned the parchment map in his hand, but in his mind, he repeatedly evaluated this name. A few months of information feedback had already allowed him to recognize the person behind the scenes who caused the entire Ampere Seal plan to fail. This bandit leader from Tonajul seemed to be a nobody before, but he made a name for himself in Fortress Reden and then rose like a comet. The other party's methods seemed uncouth and unbearable, like the tricks of a bandit, and were not in the eyes of the nobles at all. Even the northern nobles once joked that the new lord of Tonajul was a rustic nouveau riche. Many people secretly envied his luck. But Arek did not think so in his heart. How could the grandson of Sword Saint Darius be so simple? He had seen the Sword Saint in person before, and the impression he left at that time was still chilling to him. Moreover, he had already noticed some details. The Count of Tonajul always seemed to be able to predict the enemy's moves. A typical example was, this time, he followed behind them again. Grand Duke Arek frowned, and there was another argument in the distance. He raised his head, and the beautiful female knight seemed to have noticed the displeasure of the once powerful figure in Erwin's upper-class noble circle, and quickly explained in a low voice, the hunters seem to be unwilling to continue. They still think that there is a terrible curse in the stained frost forest. What a bunch of fools. The female knight added. Arek frowned and replied coldly, Devard really disappoints me. Only one person is enough to lead the way. Sylvia was slightly startled, but she immediately reacted. She lowered her head and obediently replied, I understand, my lord. The Silver Knight looked towards the forest and could not help but shake her head. Some people really don't know what's good for them. P.S. There are guests at home today, so I don't have much time to write. I only started at 10 o'clock. By the way, there will be a lot of times like this before the new year, so I will try to guarantee 6K every day. As long as I have time, I will give you 10K. I will owe you 2K for today. So annoying. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 721. The dried meat that had been stored for months after being dried tasted like dry wood, salty and astringent. But for Yeruda, it was also a rare delicacy in the forest. The further north one went in the Ansara forest, the colder the climate became. In the woods near the northern end of the forest, the older hunters called the Misty Weaver Forest, there would occasionally be snowfall at night. Even during the day, the frost could weave a thin mist in the forest. Here, the animals in the forest also became very rare. Except for the occasional thick-furred rodent, even the veteran hunters found it difficult to replenish their food in the forest. Yeruda cut a small piece of the dried meat and put it in the boiling pot. The soup in the dark iron pot was full of wild vegetables, and the heat rose as if to melt the snow on the branches. Such food was naturally not eaten by the nobles, but it was a common occurrence for hunters. There's not much food left. The young man turned over the fur in his heart, and there were only some blackened bread crumbs left below. He sighed slightly in his heart, but he had expected this. Before entering the mountains this time, the family was almost starving. His sister said that after entering the mountains this time, he could save enough money to go to Karsuk and seek refuge with his relatives there. He greedily sniffed the fragrance from the pot, and his stomach growled. He looked up at the neat and beautiful tents on the other side of the woodland, and the sound of dispute continued to come from the camp. He knew that the hunters from the town had a disagreement with the nobles, and the disagreement mainly came from the hunters' reluctance to cross the river in the north and continue forward. Thinking of the river in the north, Yeruda could not help but shudder. After passing through the Misty Weaver Forest, with the Nugan River as the boundary, one would enter the Falling Needle Hills north. This river connected Lake Valendon with Lake Green and Lantern Island downstream, and ice floated on the river all year round. But there were some more terrifying legends. After night fell, there were often things wandering in the stained frost forest in the north, and no one who had seen them had ever returned from the forest. Such legends were passed down from generation to generation, so the north of the Nugan River gradually became synonymous with the forbidden area. Even Yeruda often heard those terrible stories, such as the man in the tree, the lost knight, and the like. He couldn't help but shiver when he recalled the legends that the older generation of hunters told him by the bonfires. He turned back to look in the direction of the hills. For the past few nights, he had seen ghostly blue things in the forest. He only told his sister about it, but his sister only said that he was seeing things. Even among the nocturnal prowlers, there's nothing like what you saw. You must have mistaken the crystal stag for something else. In that case, we may be lucky. These were her exact words. But he knew that since that day, the number of hunters on night watch in town had doubled. The closer they got to the north, the easier it was to detect the tension in the air, and the conversations between people seemed to have become sparse. It's just that Yeruda didn't understand. The people in the town didn't like them. Why did his sister have to tell them everything? Even if it was the hunter's motto, only by working together can we overcome the difficulties, unity should not be one-sided. He had never liked the townspeople, especially the way they looked at him with disgust. Suddenly, he heard the sound of horses galloping from outside the hunter's camp. Only the nobles had horses. He looked up and saw a few tall knights leading a group of nobles' private soldiers to the front of their camp. What happened? Were they done talking? With such doubts, Yeruda's gaze pierced through the white steam rising from the iron pot. Behind the mist, a hunter walked towards the knights, as if to ask what had happened. But a noble's private soldier walked up and pushed him to the ground. Yeruda stood up immediately. The noble's private soldiers began to spread out on both sides and surrounded the camp. He still didn't know what had happened. When he turned back, he saw a row of soldiers with longbows walking out of the forest. He saw the noble longbowmen in leather armor that almost completely covered their faces. They drew arrows from their backs and drew their bows. An instinctive premonition of danger rose from the bottom of his heart. A hunter ran in from the back of the camp with a pale face. He knew the guy. The guy had 2 little daughters, and once they threw sand at his head. He would remember the way the guy looked at him with contempt for the rest of his life. But the other party's expression must not have been as twisted as it was now. Those bastard nobles are going back on their word. The hunter let out a hoarse cry. Run! Then a sharp whistle sounded in the forest. As a hunter, Yeruda was very familiar with this long syllable. A sharp arrow pierced through the air and pierced the hunter's throat. The sound came to a screeching halt. The sharp tip of the arrow broke through the flesh and came out from the side of the chin. The blood pooled outward in a line, and the short feather remained on the other side of the man's neck, trembling slightly. The hunter looked at him, his mouth opening and closing, showing a mixture of fear and unwillingness. He seemed to be trying to grab his throat with his hand, but just as he raised it above his chest, he fell to the ground. Yeruda swallowed his saliva. He had seen hunters shoot their prey in the throat with an arrow, and had even done it with their own hands. But when the target of human hunting was changed to his own kind, he realized that the same scene could be so terrifying. A person who had been alive before seemed to have turned into a cold corpse in a moment. His heart pounded as if he had just understood what had happened. He had never experienced such a thing, and he did not expect the nobles to dare to do this. Yeruda felt his hands and feet go cold for a moment, but the first thing he thought of was his sister, whom he depended on for survival. Sister, the longbowmen on the edge of the forest loosened the bowstrings in their hands, and the arrows swept through the camp like raindrops. Yeruda felt a pain in his calf and lost his balance and fell to his knees. He fell to the side of a hide tent and looked at what was happening around him at a loss. Those who were familiar with him, even the most seasoned hunters in town, fell into pools of blood one after another, like fallen wooden stakes. Finally, someone began to resist, and he tried to open his eyes wide to see the leader of the hunters in town leaning against a carriage and shooting down 2 of the noble's private soldiers. Although he usually hated that guy, he could not help but cheer for him in his heart at this moment. But just as the leader of the hunters drew his bow for the 3rd time, a figure fell from the sky. Yeruda saw with his own eyes the scene of the long sword cutting through a man's neck. The flesh separated, the head fell to the ground, and a column of blood shot up into the sky. The memorable face rolled to the ground and smashed, and then was covered with grass, ash and snow. It was as if the original appearance could not be distinguished in an instant. The noble's knight also rushed into the camp. Curses and screams suddenly sounded in the camp. Yeruda felt his head begin to become dizzy, and he shivered as he crawled back, but the horse's hooves swept past him, and then he felt a pain in his back, as if his whole body was nailed to the ground. He could not help but scream. There was a shrill laughter behind him, and he knew it was the noble's private soldiers. The knight pulled out his spear, and Yeruda immediately felt the strength in his body drain away, and his body became light. He gasped for breath and used the last of his strength to look in the direction of the noble's camp. He saw those distorted smiling faces, with indifference, cruelty, or a look of schadenfreude. In the direction of the camp, there was also a shrill scream coming from afar. Sister! Sister! His vision seemed to begin to blur, and in the midst of the shadows, he saw a blue figure in the distance turning away. It had been nearly 5 days since they entered the Ansara forest. Brando stood at the top of the hill and looked at the forest that had become gray. In the distance, the Nugan River was like a slender belt of light looming in the forest. This area was called the Dead Land in the game, because there were neither animals nor monsters in the forest. It could be said that there were no living things in the forest except for these cedars covered in snow. The reason for this situation was mostly because of the stained frost forest. Because of special reasons, the monsters were restrained in the forest maze, and the creatures were unwilling to get close to this strange land. Naturally, such a scene was formed in the periphery of the stained frost forest. Brando stared at the other side of the Nugan River. Across the not-so-wide riverside woodland was the stained frost forest dungeon group. Across that forest is Milo's final breath, he thought to himself. In the game, Milo's Final Breath, The Fall of the Gods, Forest of Tears, and Wolf Blood Forest, 4 peripheral dungeons surrounded the central maze. Only by passing through any of these 4 peripheral dungeons could one reach the ring-shaped glacier. The ring-shaped glacier was actually a player's abbreviation. Its full name in the Amber Sword was Milo's River of Despair. Legend had it that when the giant god Milos fell to the ground, the collapsed magic impacted the ground and formed this strange geography. The young dragon entrenched in the falling Needle Hills in the game lived in this area. He shook his head and felt that he was thinking too far ahead. This forest was from the direction of Vero Valendon. The first challenge was the Forest of Tears, but this was the most difficult of the 4 dungeons. In theory, entering from the north of the Wolf Blood Forest was the easiest, but he didn't have that much time to take a detour, so Milo's Final Breath, which was second only to the Wolf Blood Forest in difficulty among the 4 dungeons, was the best choice. Besides, Enrich seemed to have chosen this path as well. But even the easier area of the 4 dungeons wasn't so easy to deal with. The comfortable pace of progress in the Ansera forest before would probably be difficult to maintain here. Brando couldn't help but think so as he looked at the team moving down the hillside. "Brando, come and look over here," Freya suddenly shouted from the bottom of the hill. "What did you find?" Brando was slightly taken aback before he walked down the path opened by the guards. As always, Scarlet silently accompanied him. The 2 of them came to the bottom of the hill at a moderate pace before they saw that a large crowd had gathered where the convoy was. He even saw Lorena and her husband squeezed into the crowd. Brando immediately thought of what had happened. He parted the crowd and frowned slightly. Another corpse. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidien. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. You're tuning in to the Dreamy Love Stories YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.